Happy
Happy
Yule,
Yule.
everyone. Ooh, happy. Did everyone get their ceremonial goat and tree log?
Yes, the Yule
Did
log
you?
and your own goat
Your
head.
own? Yes. Or a full ass goat if you're just going
Full
hard
ass
for
goat if you
Yule.
if you're the marshal.
He's not, listen, he's not fucking around ever. He goes hard with everything he does. That's what I learned this episode.
Me too, and that's why he needed people to help him haul that Yule log in.
Yeah, he's like, listen, I found the tree. I got the goat. You fucking bring that shit inside. I went and found it.
Exactly. I'm gonna move the wards just so you can do that.
Wait, could you imagine him fucking with them and it's like just beyond the ward? So like whoever helps him is like can't get it, and he's like, no, I'll move it. I'm sorry, I'm sorry.
Oh,
I just keep hitting the ward. I'm sorry.
in my head, that's what happened,
Oh yeah.
and it was Abigail. But
I feel like okay. I feel like Adil would have volunteered to help him, and Abigail would have gone with him, and then that ensued.
yeah,
So that checks.
I
That
just
checks.
want it to be Abigail because of her behavior lately.
Yes.
And in this episode, in one particular point that we'll get to.
We're halfway through the season. Why are we still here with Abigail? It's very upsetting. I want to like Abigail again.
I want to like Abigail again too.
Know,
It's
like
very distressing.
yeah, it's making me sad. Totally. Oh well, here's
Whatever.
hoping the last half of the season she gets her like maturity or whatever. I'm hoping.
Big finger crosses. But
Yes.
this episode
This
was written by Nicole Avenia.
Sure was.
This is new. I don't remember this name.
I can't remember.
I did not think to look it up.
Me neither.
Mm.
If this is your first time writing for Motherland, thank you, Nicole. You wrote a great episode.
Yeah, I was both creeped out and heartwarmed.
Yeah, you struck a balance. Yeah.
I mean, it was definitely a seesaw because we had some very opposite types of situations going on, and I was off kilter the entire time.
Yeah, but it was good. It didn't feel like a setup episode. It was more like things are happening, but it's like from the seesaw polar opposite things, like you're saying.
Exactly.
From like character-wise and like emotionally as a viewer. So yeah,
exactly.
Totally. So, good job, Nicole Avenia.
Definitely been one of my favorite episodes and least favorite episodes.
Well, she did her job. She got you to love it and hate it. Opposites. So, but we also have to thank Shannon Coley, who definitely has directed with us before. Great job this episode too. Super fun.
It was. I loved a lot of the shots that she chose. So.
Yeah, I agree. There's a lot of really cool stuff in this episode visually. So very good. Good writing, good visual stuff. We loved it and hated it. So we'll get into all of that. And we're going to start first with a really disgusting. Actually, okay, fuck you guys, because you start and bookend with disgusting scenes. So, ew. But anyway, Blanton is being sworn in as president, and my note says, gross. Nicole, this is your fault. And not only is he being sworn in, which we knew was going to happen, but also like Kara is really creepily hovering in the background, like looming over this whole like swearing in ceremony. And she's like, it's like the weirdest thing ever. It's like she's shrouded in like shadows and then like hazy golden light, like almost like they're framing her like the puppet master pulling his strings, which come on now.
She is.
She sure is. But also, I'm offended that she got any kind of golden light because that belongs to lesbian Jesus. Shannon, what the fuck?
Shannon didn't get the memo about the lesbian Jesus light.
Confirmed she doesn't listen to this podcast.
Exactly.
So I'm going to hydrate for lesbian Jesus because that's her light that got co-opted for this gross scene. All right, but they kept Kara on brand because not only is she being creepy as fuck, she's wearing this like deep red colored blouse, which is like the Camarilla color. So I want to note that she's very much wearing this color in this scene, in the shadows and being creepy, whereas Silver his tie is like it's like blue, white, and red because like America, but it's mostly blue, some white, and some red, but it's not like America red. It's like the maroon Camarilla color red. So it's almost like he's like they use like his clothing and his language a little bit to kind of like show where he's at in the progression of like coming out of his Camarilla closet to the public, basically. So in the beginning, he's like kind of starting to show his colors, but he really kicks us all in the bad place like by the end, and his wardrobe reflects that. So he gets sworn in, gross, whatever, it happens. And then of course Kara congratulates him. They link arms because it's disgusting, and then there's like applauding. And then while that horrible thing is happening, we cut to the morgue. So new beginning and like end of life. Sort of opposites. We go to the morgue. I assume this is a super secret government morgue, but I don't know for sure. And the morticians in there are prepping the former President Wade's body and like getting her all dolled up for her funeral. And one of them is painting her nails. And as her nails are getting painted, the hand, like the flesh and bone, starts to like crack and crumble like inward. And understandably, the mortician is like, what the fuck is this? I've seen many dead bodies. I've never seen this happen. What the fuck? And then before anyone can properly freak out, Petra walks in, like unfazed as fuck. Like she knew this was going to happen and is like, I'm going to shut this down immediately. She augments her voice and then pushes them and says, it's going to be a closed casket. And like you kind of see like them being like, okay. And then it just like amazingly cuts to the opening theme.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Wade's not Wade, and Witch has got this.
Also, not the person we wanted to see in the morgue anyway.
No,
there are three individuals that I really want to see in there.
There's a list of people we want in the morgue. And not being morticians on the table.
Exactly. We want them DED dead.
Yeah. So fingers crossed for that too. For liking Abigail again, and then those fuckers getting the demise they deserve.
Hopefully we'll get lucky by the end of the season.
I'm
and
hoping.
Hopefully so will Raylla.
Let us hope. Hydrate for future lesbian Jesus.
Wait, where's the hole?
Bree.
That's what she said.
That's Raylla. I hope Rayla's not saying that.
Yeah, me too.
That's what Silver says. Let's be real. He don't know what the fuck he's doing.
Silver doesn't know anything about. He's the guy that passed he's the guy that passes anti-abortion bills. Of course, he doesn't know anything about female anatomy.
100 million%, yes. Those are facts. Yeah. We're not speculating here. Those are facts, ladies and gentlemen.
Those are absolutely. So, from that trash heap of a start, with a little bit of save from Petra.
Yeah, thank God for Petra.
She made it better, but she can't make Blanton being sworn in as president okay. No one can.
No one can.
We're gonna go back to the Cession mansion, and I'm starting to love this house. I want to live there.
I know, it gets cooler and cooler the more you see it, and less creepy. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a pretty cool mansion. Absolutely. I wonder who really lives there, because it's a cool house.
My question, because it seems like the Marshal doesn't live there because they talk about him being gone. So I guess he's off doing his Marshal duties. Maybe it's like the place that I figure the Marshal has places that he stays while he's doing his marshaling, and that just happens to be one of them.
Yeah, so, I can see that. Cession's a big place, you know? He probably has to like patrol around it. So yeah, maybe this is his like stay here home, like when he's in that area, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that. He just has mansions everywhere. I like to imagine that.
Well, I do too.
Yeah.
The Marshal's just a cool dude. By the end of this episode, I just want to hang out with him.
Right?
Play Mancala.
I know. I love they're playing Mancala.
Me too. I love that game.
Me too.
So basically, it's the group. And Scylla thinks that she's like, I was sure I had the right seed. And we're like, you did have the right seed, girl. It's just...
It was working until it just wasn't.
But you have the right seed. It's just the mycelium. I don't think the mycelium's healthy enough for you to, like, for it to direct energy at you.
Correct.
To, like, take your needs into account. Everyone tries to reassure Scylla, you know, sort of everybody.
Yeah.
Mostly Tally and Abigail and Adil, but Adil says if Alder can come back, Raylla can, and this is news to Nicte because she's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You guys didn't tell her? Or Scylla, because Scylla's like, what the fuck? But quieter.
Right.
Because she has less beef with Alder than Nicte does, obviously.
Totally. But still, it's like, you guys aren't telling me stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no? Like,
okay. Hi. Welcome to Disrespecting Scylla in another episode 101. Because it happens several times.
I know.
So Abigail explains that, yes, Alder is alive. She's looking for the first song, whatever that is. Scylla asks what that is.
Which, that line was so weird coming from Abigail, because I was like, Kalita just told you in the last episode. What
they don't listen to Kalita. We've learned this.
Listening to each other. It's so dysfunctional. And like, because Kalita didn't just mention the first song. She's like, remember that story I told you guys about the six sisters? Like, she explained details. Yeah. They're like, we don't know what that means. We're like, girl, like, I don't get those lines. It was so weird. Scylla can be confused. Abigail, girl, come on now.
It's because they weren't there. So the two people that would have been like, well, it means this, weren't there to hear the story.
Jesus Christ.
No, she's in the mycelium. Anyway. Moving on. Scylla's like, what is it? And nobody knows. Because no one listens to Kalita. Even though she's your sister, Abigail.
It keeps getting more ridiculous the more you think about it. Yes, 100%. Isn't Adil in this conversation?
The only adult in this entire, like, fugitive group has been Kalita, and no one listens to her. So this is pretty normal.
It's teenagers and mom. Yeah, exactly.
It is. Mom is the youngest one. So sad.
It's so sad. Oh, man. Yeah, I'll take that for why they suddenly forgot. Yeah.
So, Tally has a piece of this first song business in her pocket, and Nicte's still back on Alder's alive, as you would be if you were Nicte.
Jealous X vibes. Just go watch the scene.
She's like, so you sure it wasn't just somebody wearing Alder's face? They're like, no, it was her. Tally's like, I know, I checked.
I got that flutter in my chest when it's Alder.
Yeah.
No, trust me, I know. The vapors were there.
Trust me.
I know.
I don't know if it's in her chest.
Being PG, but yes.
I think she gets Twitter baited in all the places.
She does. But for Tally.
She says for Tally. She kind of Tally kind of stares off into the ether thinking about this and says, it was her, but she's different. And I'm like, okay. Tally's having fantasies.
The Talder fan fiction keeps writing itself in these episodes.
Yeah, it does. So that's kind of where we leave things with Scylla and Nicte being the fuck dog. Like, what the fuck's going on? Alder's back. Tally just being in Talderland, and Abigail apparently never listening to anyone but herself.
And sometimes Adil.
Occasionally Adil and Dwight.
Right, exactly. She remembered that. So after the dysfunctional fugitive chat, we follow Petra back to Fort Salem, where she's now debriefing with some of her officers, including General Clary. So Clary's back. Nice to see you, Clary. We missed you. Glad she's doing well. Call out to Clary. We love you. I love that she pops up every season. It's awesome.
No.
And basically, Petra is like debriefing, but is also like kind of upset because Anacostia and Sterling have been quote unquote like missing for too long. So like a period of time has elapsed since the last episode, which we don't get that timeline as far as I know, but it's been time. Anacostia's missing, Sterling's still missing, so that can't be good. And at this point, Clary reports that her and her team have like mostly scoured the footage from the White House, and they're like, well, we have no sign of Anacostia, nothing of Sterling. So we're still looking, but like we've gone through most of the stuff and we still have no fucking idea where they are. And Petra's like, cool. All right. Well, Wade's gone. Whatever. New administration. We need to bug the shit out of the White House. I need fetches on everybody. Like, we took so many L's. We need some answers. We need to know what to do. And then a giant L walks into the room in the form of Silver and the Civilian Oversight Committee. Caitlin, if it's super possible, can we insert some kind of triumphant music right here? Because we fucking called it that this Civilian Oversight Committee was going to come back and they were going to use that to infiltrate Fort Salem, and that's exactly what they're doing. Thank you. And for those of you that don't remember what the Civilian Oversight Committee, basically Silver mentioned this during a press conference that he was having with Petra, and they were creating this group of people. So it's like a government group that was created in response to the debacle that went down at the witch testing center, where like the Camarilla sent that wind strike that harmed a bunch of protesters, so like blaming witches for harming civilians. So they're like, we need civilians to look at what the witches are doing, and that's exactly what they're doing. So Silver basically tells Petra in this super passive-aggressive way that, like, hey, the suspicion is that there's a witch bomb that killed Wade, and I know that that's government technology that you have because you let me see it. And so this task force is here to snoop to see if you guys basically killed Wade and etc. other things. So they're gathering intel on the witches is basically really what this is. But like the guise is, hey, there was a witch bomb. The president's dead. We have to investigate you. So this is big because this, as far as we know, is the first time ever civilians have been able to access Fort Salem and just snoop around versus like the witches reporting to the president via Alder, which is what has always gone down. So like this is the Camarilla officially behind enemy lines, and like because it's through this government program that's headed by the president, the witches can't fight it. They just has to happen. So Petra probably hates the fuck out of this, but has to play nice. And to make matters worse, Silver has assigned a Colonel Jarrett, which sounds a lot like Garrett, and I fucking hate it.
And I didn't even think of that.
I know. It was the first thing I thought. I'm like, ugh, that's really close to Garrett. Even the spelling. And he's a super angry white man, which should shock no one. And he's personally assigned to Petra. So they like assigned personal like civilian oversight people to like the higher ups in the base. Like later Izadora has her own person, which we don't get their name, but what a fun job. And so, but the title colonel like throws off Petra, and she's like, that's weird because that's an army title. It's army hierarchy. We're the fucking army. And she's like, oh, weird. So I'm wondering, like, is that them easing everybody into the fact that like civilians have a secret army, or that we're making fun of the witches by like using your terminology? Like, I don't know, maybe both, because Silver is gross. And so basically,
I was just about to say, I think it's both.
I think it's both
also,
for sure.
It would be an insult, kind of an insult for Petra to be followed around, like for her person to be a colonel.
Yeah,
like that's rank lower than her, quite a lot.
Yeah, exactly. And they also have uniforms, so like it's just, I think they're trying to mock them with this, but also like set the stage that we have our own. Yeah, but Petra hates it, but she is Petra, and she puts on a diplomatic face, and she's like happy to work with fellow patriots, witch or non-witch. And so that's the start of the Civilian Oversight Committee we totally called.
It is, and I hate it.
100%. But Elliot always showing his hand.
Yep. It's the way that Silver says, "Oh, the witches aren't getting new uniforms."
Yeah, he gets more and more bigoted openly as time goes on. This is like day 1 of your presidency.
Like, I just want to hit him in the face with 1,000 Twizzlers. I don't know why. That just sounds like fun. Just a bang right in his little smug asshole face.
Oh, that didn't do it. How about another one? Oh, how about another one? Just my Twizzlers. Twizzler lashings.
Twizzler lashings for all of you. They match your uniforms.
Yeah, I know. The whole oversight committee just like flinging Twizzlers. It'd be a very slow death, is all we're saying.
It would.
Like, so slow.
Would be... Can I have a really long Twizzler so it'll be like the equivalent of a Scourge? Of a Twizzler Scourge?
We need Izadora off screen to make the world's largest Twizzler so that we can use it for this purpose. She'll do it. Yeah. She gets all kinds of assignments. Can do them. She can do this. I have all faith in her.
Absolutely. So, going away from my Twizzler flicking fantasies.
I love that transition. It's so good. Oh, man.
Let's go back to Scylla picking up her witch phone again. Because this call has not been completed as dialed yet.
I love that her phone is dead animals. Oh, a new phone. Birds are so old.
So it's like, yeah, holding a mouse to her ear at this point.
Hello. Like she does the thing where she's trying to get signal.
Raylla!
She goes outside the window.
She's like standing by the window like this.
And Tally walks in. She's like, "What you doing?"
Yeah, like,
okay, I'm gonna leave.
Are you okay, Scylla?
No, the answer is no.
I'm just trying to get my mouse to work.
Damn mouse. Okay. Must be a necro thing. I don't know.
Must be. So, long story short, Scylla's in her room trying to seed at Raylla with a dead mouse. And the first time she tries to do the seed, she's a little shaky and she doesn't quite get there. And so she gathers herself, like you can see her rock back and forth a little bit, just straighten herself out, and not actually because she's super duper bi. So
yeah, no,
that's never going to change.
Never.
Not no. And she regroups and she tries again and sings the death cap seed. Death cap grows out of the mouse body and poofs into spore mist, which she inhales and looks high for about 1 second. Yeah, and then immediately footsteps. Huh?
What do you think she's doing with the spores?
So the only thing I can imagine is that if she's taking the spores in, like, because if you're inhaling them, it would be a quicker way to, I don't know, you like trying to get them into your brain so you can connect with the mycelium more directly.
That's what I was wondering. If it was some kind of way to, like, I don't know if she can see into the mycelium or like feel it.
Yeah.
I couldn't quite figure. She did it the first time she did the death cap seed too. So I'm wondering, like,
when she tasted it.
Yeah, exactly. Where like she's trying to like get it into her system, but I wonder like what exactly is she doing with that? She never explains it. I'm just curious. No. Like, is inhaling work different than like ingesting?
Yeah, it's curious. So the way that she looks when she opens her eyes, it does something to her.
Right. That's what I couldn't tell because her eyes are so goddamn blue to begin with. But I was like, is it like, is she getting the mycelium color the way Alder does? Like some kind of evidence she's connecting to it. That's why I was wondering, like, psychedelic mushroom, like, is it getting into her brain where she can connect with it somehow?
I don't think that her eyes change at all. I think that's just Amalia's eyes being
Yeah, they are.
insanely.
I know. Unique.
No wonder no wonder Taylor can't freaking remember lines. Hi. But
It's the way it is.
It's a problem.
It's a problem.
I don't know. I think that she's just trying to find any way she can to connect with the mycelium in a meaningful way so that she can see, like you said, I think she was trying to see into it. So like the same kind of thing with, if you recall, they talked about how necro work back when she was pretending to be Helen.
Mm-hmm.
Necro work allowed you to use the dead as eyes, basically.
Yeah.
So they were great spies. So was she just trying to see through death, like some kind of dead, into the mycelium to see Raylla? That's my question.
I wouldn't put it past Scylla.
We'll never.
I hope we find out, but yeah, we don't know this episode. But anyway, because the way she reacts like 3 seconds later, that's what I was like. It's almost like she's like, "Oh, I can see now," like almost like that's what she was trying to do. I don't know. That's where I got that, but
yeah,
I don't know. Just throwing that out there. If anyone has theories, let us know.
Yeah, it was when the footsteps approach, she calls out Raylla's name like super hopeful, and the footsteps do sound very different than you would hear footsteps normally. I know they're enhancing it so you can actually hear it and it's kind of creepy and you wonder what's coming. Obviously, TV magic stuff. But it does seem like, I don't know, the Marshal would have footsteps like that, wouldn't he?
He would. He's trying to creep them out. He's the Marshal. He got normal footsteps.
He's been trying to creep them out from moment one, so he's just getting a kick out of it.
Yeah, he's enjoying every second of this. Yeah, exactly. I would too.
I love that he's so much less creepy in this episode, and you just gotta love him.
He is.
Because we actually get to know him a little bit. But yeah, footsteps approach. Scylla calls out Raylla's name. We know it's not going to be Raylla.
I know. Amalia, Scylla, you need to sleep, girl.
Scylla, have you slept at all?
I know. She doesn't look like it. Is it like, I almost wonder, like, when she tries to do the death cap scene in this scene, the way she, like, kind of positions herself and stuff, I feel like she's losing a lot of confidence in herself. So that's why she's like, oh, am I doing the right song? And even when she's doing it, it's not done confidently. So she's like, I don't know. I think she's losing it a little bit, like, mentally, because I think she's tired.
She's tired. They've been running. She lost Raylla. She's blaming herself.
Yep.
Even though there's no way she should blame herself, she is, because it's Scylla, and she's going to blame herself. Yeah, for any harm that comes to Raylla. So yeah, I think she's just, like you said. Well, I think about, like, the only time she's ever lost it that we've seen in any way, shape, or form has been related to Raylla. So I just think that if something's going on with Raylla and she's not safe or she's being taken away, that Scylla loses it.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think she's like, all these times that she can't reach Raylla, she's like, oh, it's my fault. Versus like,
I'm not doing something right.
Right, it's me. It's not the mycelium dying. It's me. She's blaming herself a lot and putting a lot of that stress on her. Yeah, I think poor baby Necro.
And internalizing it all.
100%. Yeah, there's no way she's talking about this.
Because that's what she does.
Exactly. Yeah, which makes it worse. Like, you know. Yeah, poor Scylla.
Raylla's lucky if she gets Scylla to talk to her. That's the only person that Scylla ever says any vulnerable shit to, basically.
Totally.
Occasionally she'll let something out to, like, Tally, I imagine, but not like significant. She shows vulnerability to Tally and Abigail, but she doesn't verbalize it.
Yeah, she's not like willingly divulging stuff. It's more like a need to know basis kind of vulnerability.
Yeah, and it's stuff she can't help showing either.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because you notice that she doesn't, the only time she broke down was when she got to the mansion, and she almost cries in this episode, but she doesn't. Which I don't know how. How can you not cry if Tally's crying? That's my question.
Oh no. I don't know. It's like a puppy being sad. It just, you get sad.
It is.
And Scylla was already sad.
But
anyway.
Exactly. She's been sad for like her since she was 16.
I know.
Guys. But we digress. Scylla goes to the door and looks out the peephole. But it's not Raylla.
What is it, Bree? What do we see that isn't Raylla?
It's a goat.
So not Raylla.
There's a goat in the peephole.
There's a goat in the peephole. So it must have been like, I am losing it. Got it.
Yeah. When I saw that goat in that peephole, man, I just about lost it myself. I was like, what the fuck is going on?
I was like, where is Scylla? Where is she?
Yeah. Is this,
Did she
this
go
is the
somewhere?
funhouse from hell?
Yeah.
She's definitely, I was like, is she in the mycelium, guys?
Did the spores
Why
do
is there a goat in the mycelium?
Why? Well, it's like,
she's like psychedelic spore. Psychedelic spore hallucinations. But no, because the goat turns away and it's the marshal looking in the peephole because he's got the goat on his shoulder. He laughs. He just laughs at Scylla's pain, and I'm like, dude, have a little compassion for our poor baby Necro, who's been so maligned, lost the love of her life into the dead people hole, and is now having problems with her mouse phone. So
and is traumatized by a goat.
Yeah, so bro, back off a little bit. Just let her have some time. And that's kind of what happens. Like that's the whole entire scene. The goat, the goat, the marshal, and the peephole.
That's the book. It's Harry Potter, book 8. The marshal, the goat, and the peephole.
Scylla's the witch in this book.
Yes.
Now I want to write an entire book that's like a cross between Harry Potter and The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, but with Scylla, the marshal, the goat, and the peephole.
I think you'd have an audience for that if you wanted to ever write that. I would read it.
I might need some of those psychedelic death cap spores to write that.
I think you absolutely do. We'll get on that. Izadora, find us some.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So while that's all happening, there's more drama happening on the opposite end of the spectrum in the Camarilla ballroom, where Albin is being dramatic as fuck on a stage in a spotlight, singing his tiny heart out into a microphone. And it's like this black tie event, but he's like in his most Camarilla red getup ever. Like his whole ensemble is just like that red. Like he's trying to like be as Camarilla as he possibly can be because he's trying to show off his vocal cords, his vocal transplant. And he's trying to do this by singing the national anthem of America, which I guess is the same song in Motherland. Interesting. I don't know. We didn't get the whole song, so maybe they changed some lyrics, but who knows. Regardless, he's trying to sing it, but he hasn't quite figured out the vocal cords because they are, to be fair, anatomically different than non-witch vocal cords, so he hasn't quite figured it out yet in whatever time elapsed we've had. So it sounds like he's undergoing like puberty again, so his like voice keeps cracking as he's trying to like play with the octave range. And when it's over, Kara is just like grimacing in the background, like this is really painful for her to watch, and I wish she would leave, but she doesn't. And after that embarrassing thing is over, Albin then like unveils the entertainment for tonight, which is like pairs of witches in these 3 octagonal, like gladiator style cage match rings. So they're going to fight to the death, and that's going to be their entertainment. And in the pièce de résistance is Anacostia and Sterling. So they're like the main fight because they're the army witches, so they're the most well trained. And Anacostia is pissed off for a number of reasons. She's been captured for who the hell knows how long. She's in this weird box thing, and there's Camarilla people everywhere who are going to make her a spectacle. And she's like, yeah, fuck this. Let me put on a show for you. And she tries to understandably wind strike the glass to get the fuck out of there and scare them. But Albin anticipated this and reinforced the glass to be resistant of wind strikes, and it bounces the work back at Anacostia and like takes her out. So she like gets hit by her own wind strike, which must hurt because it's Anacostia, and I'm sure that was a really fucking good wind strike. So while like Sterling's helping her get back up, Albin keeps talking and he's like, oh, well, this is the inaugural event, meaning like apparently it's the first time they're going to do this, but they're going to keep doing it because they're disgusting. And the main man is now here, which is President Silver. And so he comes on stage, and what he's wearing this time is his black tie getup with a Camarilla red bow tie. So like he's being full on bigot in this scene. And Kara is now giddy because her boy toy is here. She's disgusting. And they lingers on Albin for a minute as like Silver is getting like an actual roaring applause from like the crowd. Kara's beaming, and like he almost looks like conflicted by this and like disappointed, almost like Albin isn't pleased that like Silver's getting all this positive attention where he thinks he should be getting it because like he got the vocal cord transplant. He's the one that came up the octagon ring fighting. He's the one that does all like the work that makes them militarized. And like the person getting all like the glory and attention and positiveness is Silver, who would be nothing if it wasn't for Albin, who like is the reason Penelope was killed and like all that stuff. And so I almost get the read from Albin is that like he feels like his brilliance isn't being appreciated, and like Silver's just getting all the glory that like should be his in a way. I don't know if you have a different take on that, but it's just interesting they lingered on Albin and the way his face kind of changes.
No, that's definitely the read. Albin is they're set up before it seemed like Albin had a higher position. Like last season, it seemed like Albin had a higher position than we see him having in this season, and you can definitely tell that he gets talked down to by like everybody. Like we said last episode, I believe that he's kind of like the redheaded stepchild of the Camarilla higher up, but they keep him around because he does the fun science stuff. Sometimes like in any case, also, was it you said that was the national anthem? I thought it was like America. What was that song? It was Purple Mountain Majesty, I believe I heard. That was, am I crazy?
Oh, I thought he was singing the Star Spangled Banner. I could be totally wrong. I probably am. That's how much I love America.
I could have misheard, but I thought it was like America the Beautiful or some
maybe stuff
like that.
You're probably right.
We had to sing in. It is. Okay, Caitlin says that's what it is.
I know nothing. I don't care. No shame.
The only reason I knew was because we had to sing it in a thing in elementary school, and for some reason it stuck in my head. It's been a torturous number of years. Also, I cannot remember for the life of me. So we have 3 of those octagonal rings, and you've got 2 lower rank army witches, Anacostia and Sterling, and then I can't remember who's in the third one.
I think they're just Dodgers. Was it or something?
Dodgers? Okay.
I think so, because they're not in military uniform. Yeah, that's why I mean it went from like least skill to most skill. I think they're just Dodgers.
Yeah, so you've got 2 sets of army, but 2 higher ups.
Exactly. And then I think it was like to add insult to it, the like Dodger group was like an old woman and like a young girl. So it was like they were so unmatched.
So disturbing.
Yeah, it's disturbing. Yeah. Yeah.
Also, I really took offense to Albin referring to them as courses of dinner. It's like appetizer.
Yeah.
I was like, this is even more disgusting, and I hate you even more. It's like, I can't.
Yeah.
I can't even say the amount of distaste I have for all of these. I don't know what it is. I dislike Albin less than I do Silver and Kara for some reason, but he's just as bad. It's still, I don't know what it is.
For him, I almost, Silver does it too, but I almost feel like part of it is just like this performative act he's doing, and he's like playing into like what his audience wants, which is that, like, again, the calling them food, it's like, again, they're not human, so it's fine if they die. They're not human, they're food. They're here for our pleasure, not because they are humans and deserve to live. So it's like the dissociative thing that, like, he knows this organization wants to hear, so he's like dramatizing it basically. Yeah. So I feel with him there's a degree of fakeness because he does seem genuinely intrigued by like witches, but like I do think he hates them for personal reasons, personally. And I think this organization is just making that worse. But for him, it seems like a lot of this is very performative in a way.
Okay, yeah. Okay, that makes me feel better because that's what it is. Thank you for explaining our thoughts to me.
We have to share the brain cell, Bree.
We do. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got on that. Ew, disgusting, gross. I hate Blanton.
Oh, I really fucking hate. And Kara, why must I see your face so much?
God,
I didn't ask for this.
I don't know. Just go away. That's
seriously.
Just go away. All of you. Let's go back to a more pleasant side of the seesaw.
Palette cleanse, yes.
And back to Fugitive Manor. We've got Tally, Nicte, Abigail, and Scylla hanging out in the kitchen. It's a really nice kitchen.
It's huge.
It's like industrial. It's an industrial kitchen is what it is.
100%. I want that kitchen. Dream kitchen.
Yeah, for real. We're going to see Nicte do some magic in it later, but... Perfect. So they're all, like, hanging out around a sterling steel table.
Sterling silver.
You are, because we share the brain cell.
I tried to get it back. It did not work out.
Anyway, they're hanging out around the table in the kitchen, and first of all, I have to be really awful. I don't know. I have to be awful and appreciate the angle at which Scylla's leaning.
Yes, I mean, thank you, Shannon.
I mean, it's there. Thank you, Shannon. Thank you, Amalia, for existing. And anyway, so they're talking about how they need to escape. And Abigail suggests they ambush the marshal when he makes his rounds. I'm like, you guys are funny. That's a dumb idea.
No one has a brain cell in this group.
No, it's still like, well, assuming he's going to come back. And they're like, he's coming back. And I love that Tally's me in this scene because they're talking about escaping, and Tally's like, what about the goat? What's up with the goat?
Yeah, we have bigger problems.
But Abigail's like, forget about the goat, Tally. Focus on us being prisoners. And at this point, Scylla's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. And just pieces out of there. Which, okay, never mind. I'm Scylla in this scene, I guess. Like,
you're Tally, and then I became Scylla. And I was like, bye. This is weird.
It's like, all right, we didn't address the goat situation, so I'm leaving.
I didn't get the answers I wanted, so I'm leaving.
That's pretty much Scylla in this scene. She's like, okay, I'm done with you guys.
Right, this is dumb. Bye. They probably had this fight like 100 times, and she's like, I can't. But also, here's why Scylla leaves, in my opinion. The subject isn't Raylla, so she's not interested. She's like, I was mildly interested in the goat. We've moved past the goat. It's not Raylla. Bye. That's her Scylla's brains at. Yeah, that's what happened.
I saw the goat in the peephole, but we're not talking about the goat, so bye. Raylla's not here.
I gotta find a new mouse.
I gotta go find another dead thing to try and call my girlfriend on.
Yeah.
Man. That's pretty much the entire scene, but I still think that it's so iconic. Just like in the middle of this conversation, Scylla's like, fuck this shit, I'm out. Bye. Casually leaves. While Abigail's trying to plot escape.
It's like no one's having the same conversation. Like, again, they're not on the same page as a group. This one's a comical example of that, where it's like they're freaking out about one thing, Tally's like goats, and then Scylla's like, Raylla, I gotta go. Like, no one is communicating. It's hilarious.
Well, I mean, the entire time, I think Abigail just wants to get out of there so she can find out what's going on outside. Tally just cares about what the fuck is the goat, and Scylla is not interested because it's not Raylla, or getting to Raylla, or talking to Raylla, or any of those things.
Can you blame Kalita for piecing out in like the middle of this episode? She's like, I've had it with all of you. Thanks, Alder. She must be going nuts because she's like, everyone's missing the point.
As soon as they get into the mycelium, she's like, thank you. I was going insane.
Yeah, thank God. It's so quiet in here. Everyone's rational. Yeah, poor Kalita. So, all right. After that amazing display of just fuckery, we head over to the Necro Lab, where we're not there yet. Petra is escorting the angry citizen inspectors to look at Izadora's lab. So you know this isn't going to go well for them, because this is Izadora's lab, and this is something else we speculated on, that Izadora would be off screen trying to keep these people out of her lab. But we get it on screen, and it's so great. So this is confirmation that what we say she's doing off screen, she's totally doing. So here it is, guys.
Exactly.
So I love the scene, so I will go into this. So Izadora greets these people, but like you can tell by looking at her face that she's like, get the fuck out of here. And she like carries on greeting them in this like Stepford wife voice, where she rehearsed this a million times but doesn't believe a word of what she's saying. And she's like, oh, welcome, Colonel Garrett. Just so you know, before you come any further into this lab, there's like sounds and shit going on in here that could fuck up your organs. So, like, enter at your own risk, or, like, stay back there with my angry citizen that's supposed to be watching me. I've locked out of my lab. I can get you a chair. and he's got nothing, because, like, they don't know what she's capable of. And Izadora is a mad scientist in a lab, so she's probably telling the truth. So he's like, we'll stand. She's like, And then Petra slams the door, and she's like, thank fucking God. Like, he's gone. Tell me necro things, Izadora. This is probably like the first like reprieve she's had of this man, like Petra, since she got here. But Isadora's already figured it out. She's like, you might die if you come in here. Do you want to watch me? And they're like, no, I'll stay outside.
I think like my read of that was that the organs that she was talking about were like, you're gonna be sterile if you come in, if you hear certain sounds in here. Like, I'm gonna freaking clip your balls there, sir, if you come in this room.
I mean, he sure can take it that way. But like, Isadora's guard or angry citizen is a woman, so she'd heard something different.
Her womb would shrivel and die if she heard some of these seed sounds.
Izadora will get you. She's like, you can't hear what's going on in here because you're not a witch, so you want to die, like, come on in, man. This is the Necro Lab. So, like, yeah, exactly. Everything about this lab is like, I don't know about this. I'll stand outside. I love it. So Isadora's a genius, and she managed to thwart them for now. And Petra's thrilled, because now there's a safe haven in Fort Salem where they will not come in quite yet. And so she's like, Izadora, tell me your necro things while we have some peace and quiet. And Isadora's like, let's do a show and tell. How about I just show you? And she unlocks this door to this little cupboard room, like a Harry Potter room, like under the stairs. She opens this door, and in the bedroom is, boom, Penelope, who's corporeal and like outside of the TARDIS. So like Izadora somehow managed to make her corporeal, and like she can stay that way for a period of time, which it's Izadora. Are you really surprised that she's gotten this far in like a week? I'm not.
No.
However, she did manage to make get Penelope to stay in her body. However, she's not quite rehabilitated to being Penelope yet. We get the sense just by looking at Penelope here that this has been a bit of a process. Like, she's locked alone in the room by herself. There's really nothing in the room that she could like break or harm herself with. There's when Izadora goes to open the door, there's like blood smeared on the door handle, and there's like scratches running down Penelope's cheek, like she's scratched her own face, and she's got these like leather mittens on her hands, she's almost like a psych patient who's like they're concerned she's going to harm herself or harm somebody else, so they have her under like protocols a little bit, and there's evidence that harm has happened. But the weirdest part about all of this, it's not super weird because, like, remember, Penelope came from the witch plague that's super evil, so that's super weird. The weirdest part is the way Izadora talks to Penelope. She talks to her like a stray dog she's trying to befriend, and she's like, Penelope, come here, Penelope, come say hello. And it's like adorable because it's Izadora, and she's not affectionate, so like it's weird. But this is what was Izadora doing off screen aside from the prediction what she was doing. I think the whole process she's been trying to train Penelope like a dog, where she's like teaching her like, okay, don't attack the necro minions, like white lab coats are good, and she like teaches her things like, say hello, Penelope, good girl, here's a treat, and she teaches her to sit and stay and like all those basic things. And they're working their way up to like consuming liquid without turning it into witch plague, but we're not there yet. But Izadora off screen is exercising her endless patience and her like dog training skills to like get Penelope to like be Penelope again. So good job, Izadora. I didn't think you'd be doing this at all, but it's awesome. And I was stunned when I first saw this, and so was Petra. She's like, what? And while Petra is just trying to process Penelope's existence, Penelope's like, can I have a glass of milk? And there's like a pause where like Izadora looks at her, almost like Penelope has pulled this trick before and then like attacked her, but she doesn't. She's like, okay, and like hand waves one of her necro minions, who just, again, Isadora's big witch energy. She's like, yep, and then the minion just goes and gets it. Everyone in her lab is so whipped. I love it so much. She doesn't have to say things. She's just like hand gesture, and they're like, yep, the milk 2%. I got it. I know. I understand. And while the milk is getting brought, Izadora explains what happened, her brilliance, basically, to Petra. And she's like, listen, Penelope was infected by the witch plague. We all saw that. We saw the camera footage. However, what I discovered is that she was infected with a different strain of witch plague. So, like, what the fuck goes on in Albin's lab that they not only have, like, mastermind this thing, it has grown exponentially, like, leapfrogged in evolution, and suddenly he has different strains. I would love to see his lab. I hope we can, because I have so many questions about how this happened. But anyway. So, the strain that they used on Penelope, it was designed to keep her alive. Because remember, in the finale for season 2, like, she was like the zombie walking around with the witch plague tentacles, like killing everybody else, but like she was like alive, but not really with it. So apparently they genetically engineered the witch plague strain to keep her functional, so she could like basically be the vector that infects everyone, which is basically what we saw in the finale. And Izadora figured out, well, you know, what they didn't anticipate when they mastermind this, because like part of the goal was to kill Penelope to make VP Silver pitiful, so he'd get support and then eventually become the president the people were rooting for, because like, I'm getting vengeance for my daughter. So that backfired, because this thing really kept Penelope alive, like so alive that Izadora could extract her from literal humidity. So that like low hanging pressure system they mentioned in the first episode of season 3, that was just Penelope in like this very dispersed form. Because remember, Abigail killed her with weatherwork, so she like went into the weatherwork clouds or tornadoes or molecules in the air from that storm and just hung around Fort Salem because like she was a gas form and she was like trying to become solid, but the witch plague doesn't know how to do that. So Izadora figured it out. She's like, yeah, I was just able to like basically change her from like a gas to a solid, no big deal. And like, boom, she's fully sentient. Because where did she go to school? This woman's so fucking smart. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
It's so crazy.
I don't think she went to school. I think she's self-taught.
No, I do too. She's just like, clouds. Boom, witch. The woman's amazing. But if you don't remember, while she's giving this explanation, go back and watch Petra's face because it like pans to her and she has this look on her face like she can't decide if Isadora's brilliant or insane. Like it's hilarious. Like go look at her face. It's so fucking funny. She's just like,
or both.
Yeah, she's like, I trust this woman. It's so funny. While that's happening, the necro assistant comes back and gives the milk to Izadora, interestingly, not Penelope. And I kind of want to talk about this. Izadora gets the milk from like the assistant and like crouches to like Penelope's eye level. And I think this is like the protocol in the lab. I think for some reason, like Penelope's like imprinting a little bit on Izadora, like an animal would, to be like, okay, I can trust you. I don't trust anybody else. Cause like she keeps looking at Petra, like she's like, who the fuck are you? Like she wants to attack Petra, but like Izadora keeps like refocusing Penelope. She's like, look at me. And she'll like get low and like she does that thing with her voice where she like makes it non-threatening sounding. So it's like almost like Penelope's a wild animal and like Isadora's like the tamer. And she keeps doing all this body language stuff to like avoid triggering her and like using soothing tones. And it's awesome. So I think that Izadora is the one right now that can connect with Penelope and nobody else really can. It's really interesting. And Petra's kind of watching this and she's like, is she human? Like, what is this? This is so weird. And Izadora gives her the milk and then like takes her eyes off Penelope for a second to talk to Petra. And once Izadora does that, Penelope's demeanor changes completely. Like when Isadora's not like looking at her, almost like she's scared and goes back into like getting triggered, which she kind of does. And she starts to talk to like Izadora talks to Petra and she's like, kind of like basically, you know, we can't show her to the world quite yet. I know you want to because like we can exonerate your daughter, but like she's not quite there yet. And as like Izadora is saying those famous last words, Penelope essentially like swirls her finger in the milk and it turns black. So she like turns it into witch plague and she's like about to pour it and infect the whole lab. But like Izadora catches her. She's like, no, don't do that. Like this has happened before. And so this whole scene is hilarious. And then that's when Penelope gets triggered and her like voice augments back into that like menacing witch plague voice. And she's like, I'm thirsty. Like, what a line. But Isadora's like not fazed by this at all. So I get the impression all of this has happened before. And she's like, oh, it's fine, Petra. She's not dangerous. We have mittens. And we're learning to control our impulses, right, Penelope? Good girl, Penelope. And like she calms her down again. So bottom line is that we have Penelope. Seems to be able to maintain her like corporeal state for a long period of time, but like Isadora's still like trying to get the witch plague stuff out of her system, and she seems to still get triggered. But like the goal would be hopefully to get her to be Penelope or enough Penelope like again to like show her to the public and be like, look, your daughter's not dead. Now what? President Silver. So we'll see where this goes, but we're getting somewhere. And Petra's already like, exonerate my daughter. Which, totally.
Now what do you have to say? Blanton.
I know.
Blanton.
Yeah, I would love for that reunion when she has her brain cells back and she's like, you tried to kill me, Dad.
Yeah, what the fuck? Daddy dearest.
He's gross.
I love Izadora so much.
I love her so much.
She's like a bright spot in this episode, and I know like it wasn't supposed to be funny in places, but I laughed.
I know. This whole scene is just, it's classic Izadora. I love it.
It is. Petra watching Izadora be the Penelope whisperer.
Yes. Petra's like, what the fuck is going? Petra's mind must be like, I can't believe I leave you alone in this like, what goes on in here? Like,
it's on one level she's like, what goes on here, and on another level she's like, I really don't want to know.
Don't tell me.
Don't tell me, especially if it involves the mycelium, because
I know how much you love that thing, an unhealthy amount.
Yeah.
No, but like Petra's face in this whole scene is so funny because it's like that balance of like, do I want to know? I probably don't want to know, but I kind of want to know, but I probably don't want to know any of what's going on in here. Just how can I help my daughter? Poor Petra. It's so
like,
good.
I've got enough to deal with without actually knowing what's going on here. I bet Kat and Emily have the funnest time filming their scenes.
Yes, I do want to know about that. They're so good.
Unfortunately for us and everyone listening or watching, we have to go back from Izadora and Petra and Penelope. We're gonna go back to the creepy Camarilla party.
The worst place on earth.
Yes, and may I point out that Silver's bow tie is not only the dark ass Camarilla red, which they had that shade made for this.
They did.
BT dubs. His bow tie is also ostentatiously big.
I know.
It's almost comically big.
Yes. What? You know what? He deserves it. You get the bow tie you deserve, bitch.
He is a clown.
He's a clown. Okay, they're all playing you for a fool. You killed your own daughter for these fuckers. Yeah, I noticed that too. I was like, is it him or is it the tie? It's definitely the tie. It's too big.
It's definitely the tie. It's like flare.
Yeah,
on both sides. It's so big. It's bozo
so
tie territory. I was not comfortable with it being that big on his neck. So
no, it definitely is out of proportion.
I bet it touched his chin.
Yeah, that must have been actually really annoying for the actor. But also, fuck you, Silver.
Also, fuck you, Silver. BT dubs. He's approaching the fighting cage thing from WWE, where Anacostia and Sterling are contained, and he knocks on it like the classic dun 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 dun. You're like, even more clownish. And he starts talking to Sterling like the disgusting soul that he is, but saying that, it's better this way. We can both be real and just, hate each other.
Openly.
That's basically what he's saying. We can hate each other openly and I'll be disgusting, and you can just dislike my bigotry, and here we are. So basically, he's just trying to be a smarty McSmartass to Sterling, who's not having it. And Anacostia is gonna just get in the middle of this and comes to the glass and says, like, you killed your own daughter for this freak show.
Facts.
And thank you, Anacostia, for just spilling the facts. And he is still maintaining, he's like, no. It was the bellwether unit that killed my daughter. So he's clinging on to this little thing in his mind where he didn't kill his daughter because that witch plague wasn't supposed to kill her. It was supposed to keep her alive long enough to spread it. So really, no, it's the bellwether unit that killed my daughter, not me. Ugh.
How'd she get there, Silver? Fuck you.
Yeah, also you did, for your purposes, you killed her. You fucking, like, it's worse than if you had just straight out shot her yourself, like right there. You did something even more disgusting.
Yeah, it's like a coward.
And sacrificed her.
Yeah, it's a coward's approach where he's basically like blaming the bellwether unit because they technically delivered the final blow, but like Penelope was in that situation because he put her there, knowing that like she was going to be at risk. Like, so he's like, well, I didn't technically kill her. They killed her, but like he's trying to absolve himself of his daughter's death. But like you can see in this scene that like he knows deep down this was him. And fuck you, Silver.
He gave his daughter up as a sacrifice for these awful, horrible, bigoted, crazy ass extremist people who, I mean, how does that even occur? Like, I don't care. How does that occur to you? Just be like, okay, yeah, infect my daughter with your witch plague that's supposed to kill witches. She's a witch, but you know, it's not going to kill her fast. So she's just going to wander around, be in pain, and die an awful death. You're even worse than if you killed her yourself, like with your own hands.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's just
you're absolutely.
It's despicable, and the lie that he's telling himself now, like if when we go back to when right before Penelope was gonna get the interview, like the way he was behaving towards her, it's like he knew she was gonna die, you know, like so he knows it was him, and it's just that cowardice for the cause. Like it's like this is the problem with like any kind of extremism, especially like when there's like a religious component to it, because there's always the promise of something later and this like false hope in these extreme like circumstances where it's like, well, you're sacrificing your daughter, your flesh and blood, but she's not really your daughter because she's not human, but you're sacrificing her for the cause to free the world of sin and like whatever the bigger picture, God and glory and all this stuff. And it's like then you can like use it to rationalize like, well, okay, like I'm doing it for the greater good, and like it's just disgusting the way you can get manipulated into essentially viewing your own child as not human, not yours, and like willingly sacrifice them for a cause that hates her. It's ridiculous. The cognitive dissonance is wild there.
It is.
It's gross.
Well, he has the freaking audacity to say enjoy the party before he walks away. But Sterling's not done with him.
No, thank God.
Because he comes back with the only thing that has gotten to Silver since we've seen him this season, really, in which he tells a story about how when Silver was at a luncheon with the governor of Georgia, Penelope learned to ride her bike because she wanted so badly to show her daddy that she had learned to do that in such a short amount of time. And so she was riding around in the driveway, and when he came out, she was like, look at me, daddy, look at me. And then so Sterling is telling this story, and you can tell that it's getting to Silver because he's stopped and he's kind of looking down, and he's hearing all of this, and it's actually like getting to him because he's remembering this moment where he was probably so proud of his daughter, and like just all the love that he had for her was coming through. And then Sterling says, now I'm asking you, look at me. So he's saying you saw your daughter as human, someone you loved at one time, and she was saying, look at me, daddy, look what I've done, be proud of me. Like, I did this because I wanted you to be proud. And now he's saying your daughter is a person, and so am I. So are all witches. So look at us. See our humanity. See that we're not that different from you. We're, not this thing that you want to kill in the world just because we're different from you a little, like in some ways. So Sterling's hitting a nerve. But guess what? That doesn't last very long because who sees what's going on? Who's always watching Blanton to see if he's in trouble? The devil in the form of Kara runs up as she sees Silver weakening. It's like she sensed a disturbance in the force of evil.
Yeah, no, totally.
And trots her little horrible bloody red dress wearing ass on over there to save him from Sterling's actual speech of sense, because she wants to introduce him to some exarchs. So we take him from the only actual point at which he's shown any kind of remorse or any kind of memory that he once loved his daughter, because he is conflicted, but he's also disgusting.
Yeah.
So
my note says,
the
fuck
disgusting
you, Silver.
wins.
You don't get tears. But yeah, it's like
you don't get to cry.
You don't get to cry. No, you don't get to cry. You did the crying shit on the plane when you were watching Penelope get infected with the witch plague over and over again. You don't get to cry for her anymore. You did this. But I love it. I love your read of that, because it's very true. It's like Kara was seeing like, oh shit, he's like, it's like he's coming out of the Kool-Aid. That's what she was saying. He's coming out of the Kool-Aid. He's starting to see them as humans. Shut that shit down. Come meet some exarchs, like extremists who hate them. Like, no, come back in the cult. Like, that's what she's doing. Her job is to keep him in the cult, because like they need the president to like do accelerate their plans. So they're like, we can't lose this guy. We need you for at least for a little bit longer. So get back in here.
He was sobering up, and she's like, no. Here, exactly. Have some more.
Right, exactly. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah, have some Kool-Aid. I'll give it to you, yeah.
Have some
Kool-Aid. But
it's blood red.
Yeah, I'm sure their Kool-Aid is 100%. It's Camarilla Blast, or like some
red Kool-Aid.
Blast. Yeah, I was trying to think of what to call it. Camarilla Blast. Camarilla Dew. I don't know.
We're gonna get an edit of that. We're gonna get an edit of like the Kool-Aid man busting through the wall, except it's Camarilla Blast.
Camarilla Blast. Kill witches. I don't know. But other thing about this too is because like allegedly, if you look at this party, it's obviously like wealthy people in the Camarilla. Just by the way, everybody's dressed. This extravagant room, champagne everywhere. And Kara says, I'm going to take you to see Exarch. So it's like, that's still, as far as we know, like the highest title we have in the Camarilla. I was kind of hoping we'd get like, and the Exarch's boss, because they're like governors. So there's like somebody above them and probably somebody above them. So I was like, kind of hoping we'd get somebody higher up in that organization, but like, still nothing. Someday. I'm trying to help the witches out, you know? We could figure it out. Anyway. They're all disgusting. That was basically my only notes on this.
What can you do?
What can you do? Kill them all. Anyway, here's hoping. So
kill them all! Light them up!
Light them up! Oh, Anacostia would love that. Who there has a lighter? Vera does, but oh well. Missed opportunity. So after that disgusting scene, we go back to the fugitives in a much better scene where the Cession Marshal is just like casually patrolling the hallway. He doesn't have a goat this time. He's just, you know, doing his rounds of the mansion. I guess they got together and talked about this, even though they weren't on the same page last time. Now suddenly they're like, yes, let's get the Marshal. And they all try to collectively wind strike him. And it fails so hard that the Marshal says that storm and fury felt like a baby's cough, which what a fucking insult. Because there's like 4 or 5 of them. So that's hilarious. But this was a terrible idea, as he confirms. And then he just like whistles his session whistle and then immediately gives everyone in the room extreme vertigo. And then there's a bunch of comical doorway leaning that happens. The one that hangs on the longest is Nicte, out of just like spite. She like stays vertical the longest.
Like that's it. It's
He does. Like, if you look at Candace, like, Candace is just, like, staring him down like, you're not gonna fucking make me fall. I will stand here all day, old man. Like, that's the Nicte we know and love. Hashtag there's Candace. Thank you, girl. That's 100% Nicte. She's standing because, yeah, standing out
perfect.
It's beautiful. And then he says, go to bed. So I guess this extreme vertigo ends in sleeping. So I assume, because the next scene we cut to everybody coming down the stairs, like the fugitives, and they're like rubbing their necks and just like cracking their backs like they just woke up and complaining that like, oh, I could barely get out of bed. So like, I assume that's what happened. And the marshal's just in the dining room with his feet up on the table, just like hanging out. Like he owns the place, because he probably does. And he's reading the paper and casually greets them and tells them, hey, you guys made the front page. And so it's the mug shots we saw of the unit in like the Dodger news. So that's their one mug shot they have. It's now on the Cession newspaper, which is alarming. And it says in there that they're being blamed essentially for President Wade's death because it looked like a witch bomb. And this was the big news to everybody. Everyone's like, what the fuck? We killed the president? And the marshal then says something about Raylla. I guess he knows Raylla did the witch bomb. That was how I understood this. Is that right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right, cool. Just checking. Because he cuts to Raylla. So I guess he knows everything. And he's like, well, where is she? I see her on this paper. I counted all of you. Where is Raylla? And Scylla is about to like launch into some explanation, but stops herself. And she's like, she isn't in the United States, which is true because she sunk into my sleep in the session, so she's not there. We know that. It's so good. I'm always acting. Your comedic timing is beautiful. I loved everything about that scene. But technically, that is true. She's underground. She's underground somewhere. Not in the United States. And then Nicte comes in to start trouble and says, well, maybe Raylla killed Wade because Raylla's not here. She's the one that does the witch bomb. Well, there's your sign. She's alive. So that's not what you wanted. And immediately, shut up, Nicte. And also, Raylla would never kill Wade. First of all, Raylla doesn't know President Wade. Why would she kill Wade? Wade hates Alder. This doesn't make any sense. And Abigail adds, Tally and my mugshots are also on this newspaper. They think we all did it, and we were with you. So explain that to us, Nicte. How did that work? And so the marshal jumps in to throw some shade because this is his opportunity to be funny with them. And he's like, yeah, you guys didn't do that because you were too busy blowing up chemical plants in the session. So that's why I came to get you, because you were fucking shit up here. And that shuts everyone up. And he's like, cool. So you're in trouble with us here, remember? So the Great River Council, remember them? They're coming here to meet you guys because of the chemical plant business. But they're not going to do that until after Yule. So you're stuck here with me until the holidays are over. And then that's when it clicks. Oh, the goat. So
the goat. Where does the goat come from?
Where does the goat come from? Glad you asked. So it's Yule. Yule happens in winter. It's like the basically the sun, like the longest night of the year when the sun's about to like go into another phase into its like Capricorn. That's the Capricorn is the astrological sign, hence where like the goat comes from. So basically, yes. Do you have more about Yule before I go into the
I was going to say winter solstice is all.
Yes, I couldn't remember if it was an equinox or a solstice. I think yes, winter
solstice.
Thank you. So longest night of the year. So basically, like in ancient times, like the reason they make this such a big deal, it's because like you need the sun for like crops and heat and to stay alive. So like it was a very scary time when you didn't know if the sun was coming back. So like once they started figuring out like astrology and like how the earth works in space. They were like, okay, this is it. This is the longest day. We're going to start to get more sunlight after this. And like things are going to get better. Like if we can make it through this last hump of like darkness, like things will get better. Life will come back. We'll get crops. So like it was a big deal to like survive this, like back in the day when like your life really just depended on like the sun and the seasons and all of that stuff, like a lot more intimately than it does now in like modern societies. So this was a big deal. It's like the last wave of winter before things start getting better, basically. And then the astrology sign is like Capricornus, which is a goat. So that's kind of where the goat stuff comes from. But there's also myths that were probably turned into this goat mythology. There's one in the Norse mythology about Thor, the god of thunder, who they say he rode a chariot drawn by goats around this time. So goats. And then there's fun stuff that happens now with goats. So apparently in Scandinavia, there's like this tradition that kind of happened that almost became like this weird blend of like Christmas and Halloween kind of thing for Yule. Well, they were young men, because of course, would dress up in costumes, almost like Halloween, and they would like pull pranks and sing songs. And like one of them was like they would dress up like goats and mask their faces, and so it would be this like thing like, well, who is it? Who's the goat that threw eggs on my house? So like that was a thing. Yeah, so goats. Do you have anything else to add about
Also,
goats?
now they have
the giant goat.
I'll say that it's the shortest day, the longest night.
Yes.
Winter solstice. And
Yes.
also in Scandinavia, there's a tradition of, they don't do like the actual goats anymore, obvi, because that would require killing the goats. So they do a straw goat. And that's why you'll see in places like Sweden, the straw goats, and then they have like a big giant straw goat.
Yes.
There's a particular town that has a giant straw goat where they're like, is it going to burn down this time? Look it up. Just look it up.
Yeah, I couldn't pronounce what it was called, but it's huge. It's like bigger than houses, this thing. Like it's a massive straw goat. It's super cool.
They do it every year.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's why you'll see straw goats. So they don't call it Christmas, they call it Yule. So Jul, Yule. Anyway, I'm more familiar with the Swedish version, like traditions of the holiday, but yeah, so that's why you have goats. Basically, once again, the Christians stole all the pagan holidays.
Yep, they sure did.
Yeah, there used to be a big festival where everybody was like, let's eat some stuff and drink and sing and be merry and look if things are going to get better because the sun's going to come back and it's a rebirth in a way. So, yay! And then the Christians came along and were like, no, but bitch, we're going to have this for our own and convert you. So it's going to be Jesus's birthday now.
Right.
And
birth of a new god.
Exactly.
Rebirth.
Instead of we have, so yeah, all of your like Santa Claus and stuff, that was pagan. Hi.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Christians requisitioned everything. I'm sorry, that's just how it was. That's history. Can't do anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, the whole thing upsets me because my family's from that part of the world. But like, yeah, basically they had to make concessions to convert pagans because especially in Rome, which is like where my family's from historically, because they're like, we're not doing this, we've been pagans for so long, like this is just the way it is. So they're like, no, but look, like we do pagan things, you can have your idols, you can have all that stuff. That's where Catholicism has, like I was raised Catholic, like Catholicism, you have more idol worship and saints and stuff, and that comes out of paganism. So that's like pretty early Christianity, kind of like what it kind of looked like, where they were co-opting pagan stuff. Like Easter is 100% everything about Easter, the name, all of it, it's all pagan stuff. And they're like, you can have your spring equinox, look, like, yeah, to make the religion more appealing. That's all. It's like all these religions keep co-opting each other. Like the Roman religion is literally the Greek religion. They just renamed the gods. Like, this keeps happening over and over. It's just what humans do.
What?
Reinvent the wheel, right? Reinvent the god. We'll just rename it. Rebrand.
Since the
They
beginning
rebranded
of humanity, we've been doing this whole thing. I mean, it's every freaking religion has a Jesus figure in it.
It's a sun god. That's all it is. It's the sun god.
It's a sun god.
The sun god.
Yeah, like we're here again. And even in neo-paganism, you have the horned god, which is what you would see come back during Yule.
Yeah.
The horned god and the goddess. I mean, like it's
fertility. Yeah. It's like
so like Yule was also like a fertility rebirth thing, and like you and your Roman ancestors, me and my freaking Central European Celtic ancestors were like, hey guys, we've been bringing these evergreen boughs into our houses for the Lux at this time of year ever since, and then they're like, well, let's make it a Christmas tree instead.
Yeah, 100%. Exactly. Yeah, so
anyway,
I like pagan traditions that survive because they're very like about honoring Earth and things like that. So
I'm sorry to any of our but I'm a dirty pagan, so can't help it.
I am a nothing, but I was raised Catholic and I enjoy the pagan aspects. I just love it. It's honoring the Earth and what goes on with Earth. That's where we live.
It is.
Yes. So I love that they really do those kind of like when Elliot's crafting the witches world, I love that element to it because it's like, witches historically, at least the way I think about them, it's very like elemental magic and things like that. So I love that their religion and their customs are very like earth centered because that makes perfect sense to me. It's like matriarchy, honoring mother Earth. So like I love the way it ties together. It's beautiful the way he builds it. And then of course, like because they are like the OGs with all these like customs, of course they would be doing a real goat and not a straw goat. So I do love that.
I do love that too. I loved this episode for those portions. Yeah. Also love that the upcoming ritual they gave to Scylla, obviously for reasons, but also that it was
she took it.
Amalia, the Swedish
person. I know, right? Yeah, who like
getting to do the Norse, getting to do her ancestors.
No, 100%. I love stuff. That touch was so good because you have somebody who really does live in this culture that does this still.
Exactly.
Like, that's so good. Yeah, I love it. Again, it's like international connecting people. It's
it is. It's awesome. Also, I'd like to think that Raylla grew up with both, obviously, because her father. So she grew up with like Christmas and Yule, but probably celebrated more Christmas traditions because of her mom always being gone. So, so we know she went trick-or-treating. She probably did have like a Christmas tree and presents and all that good stuff like other civilians. So
yeah, it would have been nice to have Raylla in this episode, the Yule episode, just to like get her take on what she did. I would love to know, to be honest, because I agree with you. It must have been some kind of mashup, depending on what parent was there.
Season 4. We need season 4 so we can get the Raylla plus Scylla Christmas Yule traditions. That's a fan fiction if I ever heard one.
We need the Raylla holidays season where it's just they go through the holidays so we get to see everybody celebrate the holidays. Because the cultural stuff is really fun, the way Elliot does it.
It is. And we got robbed at Beltane, so because Scylla was more focusing on the whole porter crap.
Murdering,
Murdering and
silencing. Yeah. Light murder.
Light murder. It's not like light beer. Is it less calories?
He was already dead at Beltane. They were loved.
Listen, Scylla haters, I'm sorry, but get fucked because
you're at the wrong podcast if you hate Scylla.
Go to another podcast. I beg you, because
there wouldn't be one without Scylla. So that's why we're here, because we fucking love her.
Exactly.
Anywho.
Okay.
So there's more. Wait, there's more Yule stuff. We're not done yet.
Okay, go for it.
All right. So after it clicks, the goat, it's Yule. Fuck, we all forgot because we're not paying attention to anything. We've been busy. We've been busy trying to evade treason charges. So the marshal's like, yeah, it's Yule. But in the spirit of the holiday, I'm going to lift the wards a little bit, like for real. So you guys can go. It was not a trick this time. So you guys can go out in the front lawn. Basically, he's like, you can go 2 feet on the lawn. Happy Yule. So that's his gift to them. So they can leave the house for a bit, which is nice. But also, more importantly, he needs somebody to carry the Yule log in for him because, like, I'm too old for this shit. Go get it, Adil. So he leaves after that, after like telling him that to go get coffee or whiskey. I don't know what he was drinking, but he goes to get more of it. And then Tally and Abigail argue a bit about whether or not they can trust him. And ultimately they're like, well, he's all we got and we have to clear our names. Like the Great River Council apparently is coming here. They obviously see this guy as high esteem. He knows we were here and didn't kill Wade. So like we need somebody on our side to like say, hey, we didn't kill the president. Like we didn't do that. We didn't go that far. We did the other stuff though. But Tally's like, well, isn't it more important that they know the Camaria's here? Because like they're coming for all of us. Like that doesn't matter. And they don't know. So amazingly, Tally is like, well, Scylla, what do you think? So finally, somebody's including Scylla. Somebody. Expert opinion. They're like, well, what do you think? And Scylla is like, oh, me? Okay, I get to talk now. Well, Raylla told me things about that council and says they're pretty fair. So, good. And bottom line, they need somebody to convince this council to be on their side so they don't get evicted. And Nicte's like, yeah, good luck with that. But I have my own plans. I'm going to stick with that because this sounds crazy. And as she walks away, Abigail says the most fucked up line of the episode. I know. Once a terrorist, always a terrorist. With Scylla sitting right the fuck next to her.
Scylla's right there.
And Scylla flinches. I hate this line so much.
So many layers on which I want to punch Abigail in both pits and the face.
This was the one. I was like, finally Scylla, it's like Scylla is getting whiplash because it's like they finally included her in the decision making. And then Abigail casually is like, yep, I don't think of you as a person. Basically to Scylla, who's right there. And she's like, cool, you still don't value me and my opinion and just think I'm a terrorist. Great.
And it's like Abigail has this disconnect where now that Scylla is in love with and dating Raylla, like for realsies, she is no longer associated with the spree unless it's convenient for Abigail to insult her with it.
Yep.
So in that moment, she's choosing to say that or think that Scylla is one of them instead of remembering that Scylla had a life before and she was in the spree.
Yep. People can change, Abigail. You should try it someday.
Absolutely, because you're giving me whiplash.
Right? Like, and also, like, I don't know, that whole line pissed me off because it was just like, Nicte's like, I'm gonna do me and get out of here. And it's like, who said she was gonna do terrorist stuff? She was just like, this plan is stupid. You're just trusting people you don't know. I have my own plans. I'm just gonna go do that. And Abigail's like, she's a terrorist. And it's like, Abigail. And like, read the room. Who's right next to you? Like, I can't with Abigail. She has no brain cells, like no tact. No. It's just, wow, what goes on in that brain? Just what goes on? It was so season 1 Abigail. That's what pisses me off. Like where she would just like, remember the way she would just constantly insult Tally? Mm-hmm. She'd be like, what are you, a virgin, Tally? Like the way she would just like constantly insult people without like using her privilege to insult people. It's like, that's what it feels like to me. It's just like, why are we back to pilot Abigail? Like we were 3.5 seasons in. Like, come on, Abigail. Like, it's so fucking frustrating. This line pissed me off so much.
Get why they're writing her like that this season.
Yeah, I really don't get it. Remember for like 2 seasons when we were going back and going through these episodes, we were like, wow, Abigail really grew a lot. Wow, Abigail is so complex and like all this stuff. And it's like they like erased all of that for some reason in season 3. And it's like, does Abigail need her mom to have character? Like, what is going on with Abigail? Like, why is this so weird? Like, why? Like, this is so weird.
She went back to being Regina George, and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, she did. It's like high Atlantic, like, you know what I mean, Abigail, and it's like, why are we doing this? Like, why are we writing her like this? I don't get it.
I don't get it either. I really hope there's some kind of like. I can only hold out hope that there's something gonna come up with her that
Me too.
We get something. I don't know, but the first time I watched this on the night it aired, I'm sitting there minding my own business, distracted because Amalia's got a short sleeve shirt on and you can see that little pattern of freckles on her arm. And I'm sitting here like doing connect the dots, and all of a sudden Abigail's a bitch to the side. And it's just like, did you really just say that?
I know. It was so out of nowhere. Like, that's why it's so upsetting. It was just like, this was going so well, and then you spoke, and it's like,
why? That was unnecessary.
It was so unnecessary.
She wasn't even talking to anyone. She was saying it as a throwaway comment.
Like, who was that for? To Abigail? To Tally? Like, I don't know. It's like, once a terrorist, always a terrorist. Like, how did we get to terror? like I don't understand the content, how her brain got there. It was just,
she pulled that out of her ass.
Right.
She pulled that where she keeps season 1 Abigail.
Yes, it's that like weird like black and white language she used to use. Like, I don't get why we're here with Abigail again. Like, she made so much progress. It's just very upsetting that like
it's so simplistic. Like, it's back to the another extreme. So it's kind of like a on the other side of the Camarilla bullshit kind of.
Yeah.
She's back in the whole. She's back. She drank the Camarilla's Kool-Aid again and is back in Spree versus Army mode.
Yeah, it's like the witches who have prejudice against other witches, like that kind of mentality. I don't know. Is that what we're supposed to be showing with Abigail? Why? I don't like it. You don't like it? Why?
I'm confused, and I want to know why.
We're so confused.
I was happy to be liking Abigail last season.
Me too. It's just, did Adil make her worse? Like, what happened?
What had happened? Yeah, Adil was supposed to make things even better, but here we are.
Here we are. Who can we blame for this? I don't know.
Who do we need to talk to?
I don't know. Nicole, explain. I don't know.
Please.
It's
not even Nicole. Like, just go all the way back. Every person has written something terrible that Abigail said. Disrespecting Scylla specifically.
Yeah. They need to have a chat where Scylla's like, can you stop?
Yeah. I remember back in the day before this season, I was like, I really, really want to see this progression with Abigail and Scylla having to be together and maybe growing closer. And like, they are, but then she throws in but here's the thing. Scylla had never like confronts her about it. I need them to actually have a confrontation about this.
Yes.
And it's like, hi, Raylla's not there. So, yes, please go off on her. Because I think she's been, in my mind, she was holding back on going off on Abigail this like whole time because obviously it's Raylla's sister and she's not going to just piss off Ray. I mean, it's just going to cause friction between her and Raylla.
Yeah, no, absolutely 100%. I just hate that Scylla is always the punching bag. Like, always.
She is.
And she doesn't fight back, like you're saying. She just takes the punches. And it's like, girl, like, and it shouldn't be that, like, Raylla is the one that defends her all the time. Like, she should stand up for herself because Abigail's, like, abusing her, like, verbally, emotionally. And it's, like, enough. Like, yeah, she did bad things a while ago. How many redemption arcs does she need to have before you fucking leave her alone? And like, again, Nicte wasn't talking about terrorist things. Like, why did your mind jump there? It's like that prejudice part of Abigail's brain that she hasn't quite tampered down from her like privileged life she's had.
Tally's the only one that hasn't insulted Scylla this season.
No, and to your point, like what you said, you wanted, like, I wanted it too, for like Scylla and Abigail to like become friends and like be better. Like the one we're seeing it with is Tally, which is not, it's very Tally, it's not unexpected, but that's the only one we're actually seeing that progression with, like little by little each episode. We're seeing it build. Abigail, like, just stop. Stop.
I mean, you see her hug on Scylla? Like when Scylla's like sad, you see Abigail hug on Scylla a little bit, but it's like, you can't have it both ways, bitch.
Right. I just, again, she's hot and cold with everybody this season. It's really weird.
She is.
It's not even just Scylla. Even Adil. Yeah, it's what is going on with her? It's very weird. I don't know. I don't get it.
She like going through menopause or something? Is she having hormone issues?
Is she pregnant and having hormone issues? I hope
she better fucking not be pregnant.
She better fucking not be. I don't want to see it. Please don't. There's already enough baby talk in this show as it is.
No.
No, I don't want that. It would explain the craziness, but I don't want it. We take that back from the universe.
Please. God damn, I've never been so happy to talk about discussing Kim Maria things.
Just like, let's go. Thank God. Alvin.
Let's go to witch gladiator matches. Straight out of Roman times, except more disgusting.
Yes.
Because there's absolutely no cultural reason for it.
Oh, there isn't. This is just pure hatred.
Yeah. This is bigotry at its finest. I don't like it here.
No. I want a refund.
Exactly. The witches are in cages and they're fighting to the death, and I'm deeply uncomfortable. I seriously had problems watching this both times.
I know.
But we see Kara approach Albin and tell him that his little intro is embarrassing because of his puberty voice. And she takes a swing at him by saying he hasn't found his voice yet. A play on that whole witch, find your voice, join the army thing.
Yeah.
Because he has witch vocal cords now. So she also takes the whole puberty dig at him, and he's just like he's like Scylla, he's sitting there taking all of this abuse from her.
Yeah.
Also, he's the other character that takes the abuse from his peers. And he says he'll get it under control. And she says, it'll be a shame if you mutilated yourself just to be embarrassed by a bunch of little girls again. So here we go with Kara shaming Albin through saying you let a bunch of little girls beat you. Hi, we're back to the fucking fun times of woman hatred by a woman, and I don't like it.
I hate it here. Yeah.
Misogyny from a woman makes me want to vomit.
It should be against the laws of nature, but for some reason it isn't. That's how your world is flawed. Because of Kara. It's really gross.
So the next line we get confirmation that these two are siblings in a creepy, weird mom incest sibling kind of situation. I don't get it. I don't like it. I'm not here for it.
No.
I need to know why. I don't want to even know why it's played so creepy. I just don't want to be here for it.
Yep, to make it stop.
The only very slight positive about this is that no one's insulting Scylla, so I feel better about that.
Good point. Yeah, you're right. That is a positive of the scene. That's it.
At least it's Albin being insulted. Because Kara says, Mom and Dad would be proud. And she's like, takes it back and says they'd probably be horrified like they were with all your other experiments, and asks what happened to all the dogs in the neighborhood. So confirmed that Albie is a serial killer type psychopath guy who's been killing animals since he was little with his experiments.
He's like Henry really from Stranger Things with way less confidence.
I don't like that that they brought dogs into this.
Nope, me neither.
Yes, it shows how disgusting his character is, and for that, I suppose, okay. But the only positive there is that they didn't say cats, so I'm okay, because that triggers me like nobody's business.
They also weren't insulting Scylla, so that's another positive.
Yeah. So those are my two triggers. Harming cats in any way or harming Scylla in any way, I'm good. So there we have it. The key to my personality.
Protecting cats and Scylla.
Cats and Scylla protection squad. Just me. Kara tells Albin that the company, which I guess is the Camarilla, it's like, why?
I have thoughts about this. Say the rest of the line.
Is the company like are they assassins? I don't know. It's like, what the fuck? Anyway, the rest of the line. So the company is thinking that your time is coming to an end with all your pet projects. She's like, I hope you'll prove them wrong. So basically, they're getting pissed off at Albin for sucking up so many resources with his little pet projects. He's going to be cut loose / kicked out / moited, whatever.
I don't know, excommunicated. I don't know what they do. But because she was framing it in financial terms, I thought originally, Camarilla, are they a company? Is this an allegory for capitalists and how they're terrible? Maybe. But I'm thinking it has to do with, like, remember at the beginning when we first introduced Akara, she's like the money funding all the Camarilla stuff. I'm wondering if it's whatever company their parents built that made them wealthy, and I guess Kara's in charge of. And so she's saying the company, like our parents, the stakeholders that fund your shit, are like, give us results. Like, I wonder if maybe that's it, because
that makes sense.
She has money. Because, like, why would the Camarilla suddenly be a company when they were this ancient organization? I don't know. It could be, but maybe she means
her parents. I like your read of it, that their parents probably inherited money / a company or started one back in the day, and this is what the money from that company / the investments that they have fund the whole Camarilla thing. It would make a lot of sense for her to be in charge of that and also be like the purse strings for but basically, to me, if you're reading it that way, she's saying the board of directors are tired of your bullshit. We need results. Stop fucking up.
Yep. Right. And I think that adds to the read earlier where he did this vocal experiment. It obviously didn't work, and that makes it more cringe for her because she's like, wow, I went to bat to fund this guy who's my brother. And like, it also puts them on unequal footing when it comes to power, because then she has power over him because she's like, well, without me, you don't have funding, you can't do your little weird experiments. Like, you have to do what I say. So she can boss him around, which she clearly does. So
oh, absolutely, and has since they were kids.
Well, like that was like he's like,
are
the
they
family
twins, or is one of them older?
I couldn't figure that out. I've seen stuff where people think they're twins, but I don't know for sure.
It feels like she's younger to me. I don't know why I read it that way, but I just do.
Yeah, I do also, but I honestly have nothing to back that up. It just seems like she was the kid that mommy and daddy wanted, and he was like the weird outcast black sheep of the family. And that's why I feel like he almost has to and he almost has to perform extra hard, hence why he's so dramatic all the time, to like get people to like him and like be in this Camarilla club. And he's even more extreme because he has a lot to lose if he doesn't succeed. So yeah, he's traumatized by his family and his sister, I think, a lot.
But he's not getting that being more dramatic makes him even weirder to them. It's just a thing.
Yeah.
Because he's Alban and he doesn't see that.
No. Yeah, the irony of it, right?
Yeah.
After all that weird family drama, we move back to the fugitive compounds. And we're outside because the marshal let us be outside. And so we're on the grounds of this compound, and Kalita is literally on the ground singing her seed of the first song. And so she's on the ground, and like the earth is kind of like moving outward in a circle around her, like she's pushing it. And as she's like singing her beautiful song, Tally approaches and is like listening to this. And the tube of the first song that she has in her pocket reacts to like Kalita's song. And it like starts burning a hole in Tally's pocket. Tally like pulls it out and like is like, what the fuck? And like flings it. And then it like kind of skitters towards Kalita. So it's almost like showing us that these like seeds that they possess, when they're like, they react to each other and are meant to kind of be together, even though those 6 witches separated them a long time ago. And then after that all happens, Alder appears. I don't know if she was there the whole time or like this summoned her, not sure, but then suddenly Alder's there and she's like, it's time, speaking to Kalita. And Kalita's like, okay, yep, it is definitely time to get out of here. I have had it with these fugitives. Let me go say goodbye to my brother. And she like goes inside the house. And I want to note something about, before we get into more Talder fan fiction, Alder's outfit. So I find it really interesting that she, so far when we've seen her, at least up until this point, she's been in a lot of like black. And so I'm wondering if that's like a, because like the mycelium is being her life and like that's like necromagic. Is that like a hint to necromagic? Not sure. Maybe just notice that that's what she keeps wearing. And her hair, interestingly, like the wisps at the very end, there's a lot of wisps of like white. And if you look at the end of the hair, there's like very faint hues of like pink and blue, which have been like the mycelium colors we saw when Rails and like the fungatory. So I guess it's like a nod to the mycelium giving her life. I think the white is like the tendrils, the hyphae we see underground. So it's like mycelium colors, I guess. At first I thought it was like, oh, aging, but I'm like, that doesn't make any goddamn sense. I think it's like mycelium is what that's supposed to represent more than like aging, because it's like at the end of her hair too. So it's not typically how you gray, but I mean, it's Alder. She's not typical at all.
I think you're right. It's mycelium stuffs, like the same kind of thing with her eyeballs going crazy.
Totally. And like she just popped out of the mycelium, so like maybe like it's fresher because she just got out of there. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
We'll
she
see.
just got her hair colored in the mycelium and she's back.
It's like the mycelium's weakening, so it can't like dye all the hair. So we'll see if it changes over time. I'm just curious, but I think that has to do more with the mycelium than anything else. So just wanted to note that. And okay, so now the Alder fan fiction. So Alder picks up the tube that has Elaine's song in it, and she's like, thanks, Tally. And then Tally's like, well, where the fuck are you two going? Like, what do you mean you're leaving with Kalita? Like, Kalita was on the run. We just got her back. Like, why are you taking her away? And Alder confesses to Tally, like, well, you know, I'm taking her to be with the other first song stewards. So she's on this Witchymon hunt to collect all the stewards. And so she's like, Kalita's one of them. I gotta collect them all. So you understand, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Tally pleads with Alder to like, hey, no, like before, I get that, but before you do that, can you please just stay here? Like the Great River Council's coming. We're wanted for treason. You could totally like change their mind. They all know you since forever. Like you can clear our names. Like, you know, tell them about the Camarilla. Like they'll believe you. They don't, obviously nobody believes us. And Alder's like, I cannot do that. And tries to walk away, but then Tally starts like bombarding her with more questions with like, well, okay, wait a minute, if you're not gonna help me, like I have questions for you because I'm Tally. Like how does this first song heal the world? Like how? Great question, Tally. And how will it heal Raylla? And these are all great questions that we all would like the answers to, but Alder doesn't answer because she doesn't know the answer, to be honest, and just says, I'm sorry, Tally Craven. And then we have the ultimate Talder moment where like all Tally takes away from this is, that's the first time you've ever said my name. Is it? Is that the first time she said? Well, maybe to Tally.
The first time she said it since. Didn't she? She said it. She said her name in the other season, didn't she?
Right. I thought she said her name to Tally before. Tell other people.
I thought that it was that the first time she said it since she's been back is what I got.
That's a better read. Oh, we'll take that, because again, that's all Tally takes away from this whole conversation is you said my name to me.
You said my name.
That's it. That was the takeaway.
You really like me. Remember me?
Like Regina George punched me in the face one time. It was great. Yes, like that's the scene. That's sapphic. So anyway, after that useless observation that Tally gives us, there's a gay staring scene, there's hair caressing, there's a hug. It's like a paradise of Alder fanfiction. And then as they're embracing, Alder whispers, "We must trust the mother," which confuses the fuck out of Tally, because she was like 99% sure Alder was going to kiss her, and then we're jumping into mother talk, and the mood's over now. And so Tally's just confused. And then Alder just fucks off and like goes to do Alder stuff. And so poor Tally has none of her questions answered. She just heard Alder say her name and then hug her and play with her hair. So, I mean, it's a win for Tally, but so many unanswered questions.
At the end.
There's lingering hand touching. Yeah,
the lingering hand touching.
There's so much gay stuff.
Damn, girl, that's gay. This is a gay ass scene.
The gayest thing that could have happened would be if Shannon then panned to like a room in the top of the mansion where like Nicte was watching. And she's like seething and like shuts the blinds.
Jealous Nicte.
Yeah,
she doesn't know. So bad. She doesn't know which way to be jealous.
The whole thing makes her. She's like, I should be a part of all of this. I don't care which piece. This is bullshit. Anyway, yeah, that would have been funny.
It would have been funny. That's how it happened in my head.
Happened. Alder saw Nicte and she's like, I gotta get out of here before she knows magic. I gotta get out of
here. Yeah.
Well
then. So also we're gonna stick with Alder here, but instead of being gay with Tally, we're gonna go hang out with Alder and the Marshal, because the Marshal's in the barn with all of his deputies, just chilling, playing Mancala by himself.
Yeah, why was he playing by himself? Why is he playing with one of them? Well, is this their version of Biddy Chess where they play like?
It is
Marshal Mancala. Is that what it is?
Marshal Mancala. That's what it is.
Yes.
Marshal Mancala, and he's already beat all of his deputies about 3,000 times. So the only worthy opponent he has is himself.
Look what Caitlin said in the chat. We have to cut this out.
So Alder happens upon the Marshal playing Mancala with himself. And so he's not surprised at all to see her because he's the Marshal and he's not surprised by anything. And he says that the esteemed General Alder would never do something as pedestrian as dying. And I love that line.
I know. It's so true, though.
Good. It's so true.
It's so ordinary, Alder.
Yeah, it's so ordinary. Alder would never do that.
Never.
And then he's like, But it's a shame about the biddies. And she says that she's grateful that he shared that magic or that work with her. And he says, great work runs its course like great witches. And Alder says like great witches, which is kind of a sore. So it's kind of a sore point for her that she lost her position, her biddies, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Obviously it would be. And he comes back with, which is just a word they call us.
It's so true.
It is. So
I love that
Sarah Alder may be 200 plus whatever, 237 whatever years old. Yeah. But the Marshal is older than her.
Yeah, I think they said 400
400,
years.
Yeah.
I think that's his age, or the biddy origin of Biddy magic. I'm not really sure, but
yeah.
I
peg him at least 400, and so he's got double the life that she does and a little more wisdom.
Absolutely.
And so she gets to the point finally and says that she wants his help to find the rightful steward of this piece of the first song that was stolen. She puts it on the table, and what does the marshal say? Oh, Elaine.
Yes. Oh, I love that. Yeah, I love that he said the title of the last episode.
Yeah.
So like, wait a minute.
Oh, Elaine.
Oh, Elaine. She had a reputation, that girl. It's like, oh,
she had a reputation.
She did,
because she was definitely in the session. So, yeah.
She's a grifter. Anyway, yeah, that was. He has so many good lines.
He does.
Just in this exchange, but yeah, it's so good.
Absolutely, he's killing it. So she wants his help finding the rightful steward of this song. He listens to it and immediately knows what family it belongs to.
That was insane.
It was.
That was insane.
But also, I like that we got a closer look at the vessel that it's in. It's definitely one of those like mini perfume sprayer things.
It is.
Or breath mint. Is it perfume or breath mint? We don't know. However,
it was tiny, yeah.
It's a mini spray bottle thing.
The spray bottle. Yeah, it was really hard to see the first time. So yeah, it had like the little thing attached to the cap, and I was like, oh, it's a, spray thingy. It's like that's what I mean. It's like this really ordinary, like girly, like item no one would think anything of. So yeah, how fitting for this like
the perfect vessel.
Yeah, exactly, for this extraordinary rare thing. I love it. Yeah, thank you for that.
Yeah, he listens to it and he's like, yeah, sure. This is we don't see him give her the name, but he does. So there we go.
Love that. So while all of that big witch energy is happening, meanwhile in the house, Adil and Cleda's goodbye is not going well. Adil is freaking out because like, again, we just got you, now you're gonna run back off into danger. Like, he's really worried because again, like, their whole life has been like almost losing each other every 5 minutes, so like he's understandably worried about his sister, and obviously he can't go with her, so he's upset. And Cleta is like, listen, I'm the boss, I do what I want, and you don't have to understand what I'm doing, you don't have to like that I'm going off with Alder, whom none of us really like, but like, you need to respect my decision. And Adil like concedes to that. So I feel like they've had conversations like this before where he's like, okay, yes, I respect your autonomy, I respect your decision, like you respect my decisions, but like I'm still gonna be worried about you because we're family, I'm your brother, all that stuff. And Cletus like, I get that, and she assures him that like we'll see each other again, like this isn't like goodbye, this is goodbye for now, that's all. And then she gives him this magic mushroom or something to use if he needs her or if he is in danger. So I guess this is like a super witch version of like the blood compass. I assume we'll see what this does later. I couldn't get a good look at what it was, but it almost looked like this golden orangey like dry mushroom. That's what I saw. I don't know if you saw anything different.
Yeah. It just looks like a tiny freeze-dried mushroom. Like what is he gonna do? Like eat it? Is this Alice in Wonderland again?
I don't know what this is gonna be, but like it's like a last ditch thing where she's like, when there's danger, that's when you use it. So it has to be something pretty instantaneous versus like the blood compass where it's like, now I gotta travel 300 miles to find your ass. So
is it,
I don't know,
instantaneous teleportation to Kalita device mushroom?
Right.
Who knows?
Do you go into the mycelium and then transport? We don't know. We shall see. Watch it not work because the mycelium's dying, but who knows? She should have given him more of her blood before she left, but she doesn't, and then she pieces out of the house.
Probably because she's like, he can't track me in the mycelium anyway, so.
Right. I'm pretty sure she understands the deal about what's about to go down, and she's like, yeah, mushroom. In case I'm in the mycelium and you have to, like, witch text me, like Scylla's been doing, this is faster than finding a dead mouse. We'll see. We shall see.
You know he's gonna have to use it, so we will see
Yes.
what happens.
We
They
will
wouldn't have
see what
made it
happens.
such a point if it wasn't going to come back.
No, they would have just been like, "You have my blood. See ya." Yeah. This will come up,
Exactly.
whatever it is, like you said, for sure.
So, anything else?
No.
All right. Let's
All
go
right.
on to the Yule log.
Yes.
So Adil has a new toy because he drug the Yule log in.
Right, it was definitely him.
Definitely him. And the marshal definitely played with him, like you said, and put it just beyond the boundary of the wards. So he snapped back a couple of times until the marshal took pity on him and kicked it closer. My headcanon.
Mm-hmm.
So also, I want to kind of point out that even though the Tarim is from, very far away, they also partake in the Yule tradition, apparently,
Mm-hmm.
because we see Adil carving runes, Nordic runes, into the Yule log, sticking with the actual history of the holiday. And as he's doing that, Abigail is having a discussion with Abigail again. Because I always feel like no matter who's in the room, Abigail's talking to Abigail.
Yes. Yeah, she is. And like she's listening to you when you are agreeing and with Abigail.
Yeah, it's like for her purposes, everyone in the room is herself until they're not, and then she has to insult them.
Yes, I agree. 100%.
So Abigail thinks that they shouldn't tell Nicte about Alder being there this time when she showed up to grab Kalita. And I'm like, isn't she gonna wonder where Kalita is?
None of this makes any fucking sense. They're like, don't tell her Alder's back. I'm like, she was in the room earlier when you guys said this. And then like, yeah, Kalita's suddenly missing.
Like, wait, you think Nicte is a very observant person? So I don't think she had to be to survive for this long. She's gonna notice.
The voice reason missing. Yeah, like what? They don't make any goddamn sense. They just don't. Yeah. They lay off the alcohol at Yule. Is all I'm saying. They've lost it.
Jeez. Anyway,
that was dumb. I agree.
Adil automatically agrees because he automatically agrees with Abigail 99.9% of the time because that's what he knows what's good for him.
Yep.
He's so whipped. And then Tally's distracted, obviously, because she just had a visit from her GF. And and she, once she tunes into whatever Abigail's saying, she agrees. But she's also distracted because like she says her sight needs to get better because she wants to see Raylla. So Tally is kind of down on herself right now because even though she's made astronomical progress with her sight, she still can't see Raylla and what's going to happen with that whole situation. So she can't see far enough ahead to find Raylla and see what's going on there. I think she needs to freaking calm down and be nicer to Tally. So Tally, be nicer to Tally. Number one. Because thank God no one's been mean to Tally like in this episode. Because I would riot. I'm already mad, so it would be the tipping point. Before we can go any further, huh?
Sorry, I was coughing.
Before we can go any further with that, Petra walks in civilian clothes.
That coat. Ma'am.
Oh, ma'am. That beanie.
Okay, it's like elegance and then a beanie. It's so good.
Catherine is killing it.
I love her so much,
I love
Catherine.
her so much. And I put a thing about her about Petra in civilian clothes on our story, and she put it on her story, and I was like, "Oh, girl,
We love you so much. You're the best."
We love you.
But yeah,
Anyway,
yes, Petra in civilian clothes. We have not seen that, I don't think, ever, or in a very long time. So
no,
get on you, man.
Petra has absolutely taken the MILF title this season.
She sure has. She is MILF to the rest. She's one of the heroes of the whole story right now.
She is. She's like
killing
one
it.
of the people with brains.
Yes, all the time. She's just totally crushing it. Even in this scene, she's just like, "Listen, I'm here.
In the scene,
Look at me." She's like, "Yes, ma'am. Whatever you want. Mm-hmm.
Whatever you want, Petra.
Whatever you want, man." Mm-hmm. She's ousted with her MILF energy by only one other person who shows up in a hot second, but it's nice to see Petra in civilian clothes. Very fun.
It really is, and I love it. I love it. I love it. So
yes.
She has her big reunion with Abigail. Abigail makes some weird Abigail choking sounds when she sees her mom and goes and runs to hug her. And it's the moment I'm happy for Abigail. And
choking sounds is Abigail having emotions.
Yeah. It's like she's not used to it, so she chokes on them.
Yeah, I know. I love that description. It's so good.
It just reminded me of his.
It just comes
a hairball.
It's so good. Yeah, no, that's exactly what it was. Oh man.
It's like finally I get to see my mom. And so she runs, they hug. It's a whole thing.
That's very cute.
It's adorable. Immediately she's in the so this happened. Like Petra doesn't know that all of these things happen.
Thank you.
Like what? You think your mom doesn't know better than you do what's going on?
Yes, because Abigail only thinks about Abigail.
Like why are you like saying these things out loud that we all know? She knows better than you, and
it's so dumb. Yeah, I don't. What is up with Abigail?
I guess she just needs her mom's feedback to acknowledge that these things are happening.
Yeah.
And she says, we have to fight back. So she automatically goes into, we need to beat these people down because I'm Abigail Bellwether and I need to do something actiony to make this all go away because I can kick everyone's ass. I'm Abigail. However, before she could even fucking try to be Abigail again, she is usurped by the entrance of Kelly Wade.
Woo! Okay,
what an entrance! What an entrance!
Okay, this entrance is the definition of big witch energy.
Yes, it is.
It's so good. Holy crap!
So good. Those sunglasses, everything.
Oh, it's so good. She's just like, I'm here, motherfuckers. So good.
It's amazing.
Okay, who wrote this again? Nicole, thank you for writing this entrance.
Thank you.
Perfect.
It's perfect. Oh my god, it was perfect. So automatically, because she's Kelly Wade, the marshal brings her a drink and says he is happy to refill anytime she needs.
Yeah. He's like,
so he is under the thrall.
Yes. Like all that big witch energy is like, ma'am, whatever you want.
Oh, he's like basking in it. He's bathing in Kelly's BWE.
He knows what's up.
He is tuned in. And we get Petra explaining that Izadora, because it's Izadora and she can do anything, created a golem to replace Wade.
I love this.
I know, it's amazing. And M being and the best at subterfuge and infiltration, subbed the Golem Wade in for real Wade before the assassination. So they didn't actually kill Wade, they killed the Golem.
Which I love.
And I love that this was the plan and that Petra is so fucking good.
Yeah, like that's master level chess right there is what that is.
And can we go back to last season when Alder was fumbling the fucking ball all the way down the field every single time that she did something? And then we get Petra in here and she's making freaking genius moves.
Yeah, she's like 10 steps ahead, which is what you should be. Alder was just tired. She's been doing this for 300 years.
She's doing this for 300 years. She needs to go, like, yeah.
Play what you want. Do whatever. Get a girlfriend. We don't know. Take a break.
She needed to go rest in the mycelium is what she needed to do. She needed a fresh start. And a new hair color.
Yeah, and a new hairdo, you know. The new and improved Alder. But I just wanted to define what a golem is real quick, because I didn't know what this was, and I had to look it up. So apparently it comes out of like Hebrew / not Hebrew, but like Jewish lore, which I thought was interesting. We haven't, to my knowledge, seen any like Jewish kind of mythology stuff. So this is really interesting to me. So apparently a golem is a creature that's formed out of like lifeless substance. So things like dust or like earth. So hence why Kelly Wade's golem, like the hands started cracking like into dust over time. So it's like Izadora took a pile of dirt and like made it into like look like Wade. And apparently they can bring it to life by using like a ritual or like some kind of a sequence of Hebrew letters. So like that's the tie. And apparently golems are brought into being by like a human. So like Izadora was the vector here. And that golem then becomes like a helper, a companion, or a rescuer or of like somebody that needs saving in like the Jewish custom. So like hence why this kind of all tied into like saving Wade, who's gonna like help a bunch of other people. So I thought that was interesting. So that's what Izadora was also doing off screen. She was making dust into a golem that looked like Wade with a timestamp that Petra had to intervene on. Closed casket.
And really cool shit, Izadora. I'm so glad that they have her, because otherwise nothing would be done in the science world.
Ever. They'd be like, okay, they'd be trapped on like 20 problems ago because like Izadora wasn't there to fix it, and then the season would never progress. We wouldn't be this far.
Exactly. No. She's the secret wheels that keep everything going.
100%. She's the unsung hero of this whole show. They're just like, giant really problem. Izadora figured it out already.
She needs her own show, honestly.
She does. Oh my god, could you imagine the adventures of Izadora? That'd be incredible.
Yes.
I'd watch that show.
I want to see it. I want to see it. Emily deserves it.
Emily deserves it.
So, Petra finally notices everyone's so observant this episode.
Except the unit.
Petra finally notices that Raylla's not there. She's like, so where's Raylla?
Yeah, this is the episode where everybody's like, where's the blonde one? It's been 5 episodes. Why now?
Was there another girl?
Where's the gay one?
Where's the gay short one?
Yeah.
With the hair. The one that's
4 episodes. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, the one who's by the tiny necro.
Yeah, the one that's always freaking sucking on the necro over there. That's what's happening.
That's what's happening. Everyone knows.
So Nicte, sorry about that script. I can't control myself with this part of the scene. So I'm sorry, Caitlin. However, Nicte says she's dead. Fuck you, Nicte. I'm sorry, but I had to say it.
It's okay.
Scylla leans forward and is like, bitch, no, she's not. Scylla's like, no, she is not dead. And Tally puts her hand out and is like, whoa, it's okay, Scylla. Like, don't kill her yet. Like, it's okay. So Tally's comforting Scylla, and they're like, she's healing in the mycelium is the information that's given. And then Nicte's like, probably dead. I'm like, Nicte! Girl!
Again, they're just like, they're butting heads because they're too similar. That's all this is. They know how to get under each other's skin, the two of them.
It's like too far. Like, don't say.
I know.
That's the only. Okay, there are very few things in the world that Scylla fears. Number one on the list is Raylla's death. And that's not even a sore point. That's like stabbing her in the heart and twisting it.
100,000,000%. I don't know if Nicte really gets that. I think that's
she doesn't,
really the problem.
And that's the point of the next scene.
Right, exactly. So, like, yeah, it's like, fuck you, what are you doing? I don't think she really knows what she's doing. I think she's just trying to get under Scylla's skin.
Which, why? Why does she feel like she needs to provoke her? Why do they need to do this?
Well, I wonder, too, if it's kind of like, she's like trying to be a pragmatist in the situation where she's like, okay, all of the evidence so far suggests that she's dead because you've been trying to contact her. It hasn't been working. Like, you need to wake up and think about your survival. I think she kind of means it that way, but she's being Nicte and she's just, everything she says comes down to snark. And Scylla is not somebody who responds to snark. And especially the way she's saying it is very like emotionless, and like it comes off as callous, even though I don't think she really means it that way. She's just like, wake up, like she's dead, like you're gonna have to face reality kind of thing. And she doesn't understand the extent to which this is really harming Scylla, and like Scylla's not gonna give up, like kind of thing. So I think they're coming at this from two completely different perspectives, and that's causing this like friction. And Scylla is reacting appropriately from like everything you said, like Scylla's trauma and like the way she feels about Raylla. And like Nicte, I think, is being the pragmatist, where she's like, look at the facts say this, like come on, like I thought you were smarter than this. So emotion versus like trying to be rational. But I mean, Scylla is right, to be fair. It's just the facts aren't lining up in Scylla's like corner right now. So that's the only way I can rationalize what this is. Otherwise, it comes off as just Nicte being mean, which I don't think is what's happening here. Nicte's not inherently mean. So I think it's reading as like emotionless, and that's making it look like she's attacking Scylla, but I don't think that's really what she's trying to do.
You're right, but it's on the level of, if you recall, when we used to talk about Abigail, you need to learn how to talk to people.
Yeah, no, 1,000.
You need to learn how to talk to people.
Yeah, she definitely doesn't know how to talk to people. Those are facts. We definitely not. She's been living in a cave for like 30 years. She definitely doesn't know how to talk to people. Absolutely.
And it doesn't matter like which character she's saying this to, as far as like which of the core characters she was saying this to. It would have still been like, Nicte, shut your mouth right now.
Yeah, no.
Like, this is not the time for you to pop in with your stuff in front of Wade, Petra, all these people who actually care about Raylla, which you obviously aren't on that level because you don't let yourself have emotions. So, yes, I get it. But at the same time, back the fuck off. Ma'am.
Bree's the defense Scylla squad.
If it was Tally, I would be the same way.
I know. Gotta defend Tally, like, too.
You touch Tally, you die. Scylla, on the other hand, could defend herself.
She sure can. She showed that the last episode. She definitely can.
So, It's the same. I have the same reaction to Abigail being a dickhead about this stuff too.
No, totally. And just like the way it was delivered too. It was it was delivered in an emotionless way. So it hurts more than if like Nicte would have said it in her like playful, I don't know, like trying to be sarcastic kind of like way that she normally delivers stuff like that. It comes off as like an offensive, like, or like not offensive as an insulting, but like as attacking offensive.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think she meant it that way. It's just she doesn't know how to talk to people. That is
No, she doesn't.
a huge issue. Yeah, she really doesn't. Like, not at all.
And like, here's the thing: is for me, I absolutely get that that's where it's coming from, and this is where it's a fundamental difference in the type of characters that people connect with. So a lot of people, see that in Nicte and have sympathy and love for her, and I can't be there on that level, like deep as people, because I'm like, I see it from the more emotional perspective, like Scylla does. So
Totally.
it's just a difference in how people view the characters, but I can be objective and say, yes, it's coming from a place of trauma for Nicte and how she's never let herself in all of these years and not had the luxury of having emotions and that kind of thing. Nicte hasn't had the luxury of having emotions for 30 years, so she isn't going to be able to connect those dots in her mind and heart. So totally get that. But then she makes me laugh, so I'm mad at her for that.
That is Nicte Matan.
It is Nicte Matan.
So those like opposites. That's what Nicole is going for this episode. Like, exactly. Damn you, but god damn it, now I'm laughing.
Nicole is a genius, apparently.
Oh, so, I love this. I have to talk about. I love this scene. This was hilarious. This was the most Nicte thing that happened this whole episode. It was.
So Nicte had piped up all of a sudden, and no one was paying attention to her before this. I know. She felt the need to chime in and tell everyone that Raylla's dead. Because it's like, why choose this moment to say that? It's like a moment. She like went in for the drama moment, is what she did.
It's Nicte. She likes unnecessary drama. It's like the Spree criteria: be traumatic for no reason.
She's such a shit stir, is what Nicte is. She's a shit stir. That's the other thing where I'm like, I will slap you. Shit stirring. I hate that. So in IRL, I hate that. So Wade is like, who the fuck are you? Like this girl in the corner over here.
Who is this? Who is
this? Who is?
Which, good question, Wade. Poor Wade. It's like she's in Alice in Wonderland. And she's like, "What is all this? Who are you? Like,
where are we?
It's so funny.
Why is that caterpillar smoking a hookah over there?
Yeah, she's such a good sport about everything. She's like,
she is.
Is this what's supposed to happen? I love her so much. This was hysterical. Like, who is this woman?
So Nicte gets up and sort of introduces herself. I love how like she's been on the run for so long, but she has trouble coming up with a fake name for herself all of a sudden. For a second, she's like, I'm Louise.
Louise.
The chef in this joint.
Obviously.
She actually says this sentence, the chef in this joint.
I know, I love her so fucking much. I love her.
Oh, that made
I love.
That made my day right there. So I'm Louise, the chef in this joint. I want that on my bio.
That's so fucking funny.
Oh, like, my God.
It's the question though. Was she like this constantly when she was on the run? They're like, who are you? She's like, I'm Janet.
The pilot of this plane.
This plane, obviously. Yeah, but she constantly getting into these situations where she's like, shit, now I have to actually do this job. Anyway.
Now I want like Nicte and all of these different outfits going, I'm Katrina.
Yep. I'm totally
your
the janitor here.
Neighborhood mail person.
I do not have the mail today. I'll go get it. Yeah.
No, and I'll deliver your packages. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink.
Guess what? It's a balloon.
Or I'll take that for you. Thanks for the packet.
Yeah.
Griffs all their shit. Yeah.
Exactly. It's very Nicte. That's how she
Very
got
Nicte.
all of her stuff on the run.
Yeah, that's where she got all of her clothes, everything. Yeah. Sorry.
And then Petra pulls the Petra card. I loved this so much. She's like, enough of this. You need to be quiet. Banishes Louise to the kitchen.
Yep.
She's like, I hear a timer going off. Bye-bye. It's like Isadora's hand wave, except she's banishing Louise to the kitchen. So she fucks off to the kitchen, obviously. Mm-hmm. And Petra tells the fugitives that they should stay with Wade under the protection of M and the Marshal, and all of a sudden things are actually looking up for the fugitives because they have some kind of strong allies with power.
Yep. Credible people, yes.
And hopefully soon they can come back to Fort Salem / and I'm like, is that really an option for some of them?
I know. Like Scylla.
Like, yeah, like, is it cool that, like, what are you guys gonna do? Give her a pardon? I don't know what's going on. But
I know, they've never discussed what is going on with Scylla, actually. Like, what is her, like, legal situation right now?
Mm-hmm. That's a good question.
Yeah, Nicte too, but, like, more importantly, Scylla, because, like, nobody has talked about that.
Well, Nicte was officially arrested. Scylla never has been.
That's what I mean. Like, we assume, like, but they're not talking about catching Nicte. Because, like, if you think about Nicte, it was like Nicte was erased from the history books for, like, a long time. Then suddenly they're like, oh, this is the leader of the spree. Here she is. Let's kill her. Then that whole shit, which I think Wade was at the execution that wasn't an execution.
Mm-hmm.
And then they're like, crap, now what do we do with her? But then they, like, forgot about her when, like, Penelope got killed, and it all became about the unit and, like, Silver's vendetta against them. So, like,
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's like, well, what are they gonna do? I don't know. They never mentioned it again, but, like, Scylla, they have never mentioned, period. So
exactly.
What are they? Yeah, what are they gonna do with her? Like, I don't know that she's on the government's list of most wanted, but the army's not pleased with her. Like, they were gonna send her to the Caribbean forever. So I would assume, like, Petra would have to could pardon Scylla from the army perspective, but, like, does the government want Scylla is, like, a question that's never been addressed. I don't know.
I figure that they just kind of try to sweep her existence under the rug.
Yep, I think so too.
From civilian perspective, and just kind of be like, okay, well, military's not going to do anything with you. And Petra's like, well, this is Raylla's significant other, Janet.
Yeah.
Sure.
The sous chef. Yeah.
The sous chef.
The sous chef. Because, like, yeah, if you think about Scylla, like, aside from murder at the mall, her crimes that they know about are all related to the military, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because, like, she was a Dodger, but she's still conscripted, so she followed the law there. But, like, the army's the only ones that know about her spree involvement. So if that ever got out, then the civilian government would be after her. But, like, I guess she's abating fugitives right now by running with them. I don't know. We shall see.
Yeah. She didn't have her face at the mall, so.
No. That's what I mean. I don't know if, they can ever prove that it was her, but yeah. As far as they know, no crime.
She's pretty much clear as far as the civilian government's concerned at this moment. The army's the only ones that know about her. And who's in charge of the army? Petra. So Petra is not gonna, fucking charge Scylla with anything.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Whatever. Yep. But since Nicte has left and they all weirdly agreed with Abigail not to bring Alder up. That's when Tally decides to bring up the Alder in the room.
Yeah.
She's not actually in the room. That's just my turn of phrase.
No, totally.
For the elephant in the room. But Wade wants a drink now.
Oh my god, this is my other favorite line. She's like, Alder's alive, god damn it. Give me that refill. She's not even done with her first drink. She's like, just give me more.
Yeah, she's like, give me more.
God damn it. I just got rid of that bitch. She's back. She's back.
Wow. Alder has entered the chat and Wade needs another drink.
Wade's like, this is the worst day ever. I'm dead to my whole family. It's Yule. Alder's back. I don't want any of this. Give me whiskey.
It's Christmas. Give me the whiskey.
Give me the whiskey.
Don't want to deal with this.
What is this? Where am I? Who's Louise? Anyway, yeah, Wade was so good in this whole scene. I love her.
Mm-hmm.
Give me that refill. So good.
Adil says that Alder's off with Kalita looking for the first song, and that she basically, Abigail breaks it down to Petra saying, in short, she doesn't want her old job back. And so Petra's like, oh, okay, we're cool.
Cool. Then whatever. Alder can do Alder. Cool. It's fine.
All right, we can do Alder.
All right. Yeah. Tally, get on that.
That's your job, Tally. Get in there.
That's your job, Tally. Close your eyes and think of America. All right.
I don't think she'd even think of anything but Alder.
Just like, eyes open. It's all good.
I mean, let's be real. Alder would just order her around and Tally would do
likes
whatever
that.
she said.
Mm-hmm. Tally's into that. Yep. Let's be real.
She really is. Let's be real. So Petra can't stay for Yule, unfortunately. And gives Abigail a little hug and says, let the president do the talking with the council. And you can just see this entire time that everyone's been talking after Nicte left that Scylla's been stewing and is getting more pissed by the moment. And it's kind of the end. Yeah.
Yes. So angry Scylla then fucks out of there and storms into Louise's kitchen and threatens to kill her. Scylla threatening Nicte if she ever says Raylla is dead again. And Nicte notes that Scylla seems to enjoy being angry because she's been having these bursts of like getting pissed off at Nicte, and then like it makes her more powerful. So she's associating with like, you seem to like this anger thing because it makes you powerful. And Scylla clarifies that like, look, I get that you're reading it that way, but that's not what this is. Like, this isn't anger. This is coming from a place of love. And I know that's something you can't relate to because you're just lonely and miserable. And like, she's like reading Nicte to filth basically this whole time. And like, true, but also, ouch, she is also traumatized. And that strikes the Scylla nerve, the way that Raylla is dead struck Scylla's nerve. Scylla goes straight for the thing that triggers Nicte. And Nicte zones out immediately when she says this. And starts having feelings about this, which we get later, but it's pretty apparent in this moment that that's the thing that Nicte tries to hide and put up a front about and mask with like her snark, is the fact that she is alone in the world basically, and has been for a really long time, and tries to like distract people from that fact about her. But here's Scylla, who again, they're very similar in a lot of ways and can kind of like see through each other, and that's what Scylla's doing. She's like putting up a mirror to Nicte and being like, look in the mirror, like this is what you are, like no frills, no pompous about it. And after that, like Scylla's like, fuck you, and like walks away and goes to the other end of the kitchen where the goat is like laid out on like a giant table, and then gets an idea about the goat, and then we cut away.
Basically, Scylla gets goated.
She sure does. She does.
I feel like at times they kind of need each other to poke.
No, they do. Because, like, again, they're two characters who internalize everything.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, that's not good when you internalize a bunch of things. So, like, again, we saw earlier in the beginning, like, when Scylla was trying to, like, witch text with the mouse, the way, like, even her body language, like, you could tell she's, like, really internalizing all this stuff. And, like, so Nicte pokes her and then it comes out. And sometimes when it comes out, like, it helps you process. So even though it's like not great, like they both internalize everything. And so like it's forcing themselves to like process certain things. Like, cause like again, Scylla is really afraid that what Nick is saying is true because I think she's been doubting it as well, like this whole time. So here's Nick like again putting the mirror to Scylla and being like, this is the thing you're afraid of. And then Scylla comes right back and she's like, this is the thing you're afraid of. And they're like showing each other like their darkest pieces, and it's forcing each character to deal with that in a way. So like it looks cruel, but like that's kind of how these characters process things.
Yeah, it's
They're very
unfortunate.
similar. It is unfortunate. Some
But they
people
have
are
to
just
hurt each
like that.
other to get there, and some people are
Correct.
just like that.
Yeah, exactly. There, yeah, exactly. Because like if Raylla was there, Scylla would talk to Raylla, but Raylla isn't there, so Scylla's talking to nobody. So Necta's forcing her to deal with it. Whereas, like again, Tally and Abigail are just like, "You okay? Good." Pat on the shoulder, and they don't talk to Scylla. Like no, but the first time they really tried to talk to her was like, "Scylla, what's your opinion on this thing?" Like they don't talk to her. I don't know if they know. They might be afraid of her. I don't know, but like yeah, so neither of them have a confidant, so they're like poking at each other to like force confidantship, I guess. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's hard to watch, but like that's how these kinds of characters work. So
They're both people who
yeah,
don't give, like, they're both people that you wouldn't walk up to and ask about those kinds of things.
Uh, yeah, or
And
even if you did, they won't tell you. They'll be like, "I'm
yeah,
fine." They're not gonna tell you.
yeah.
Like you have to like really get their trust for them to. I'm kind of like this, where it's like I'm not gonna tell you something. Like you have to really like I have to like really trust you to tell you stuff. Like that's what they're like. You have to like force it out. So yeah, it sucks, but like some people are just they're like that for one reason or
Well,
the other.
it comes from, like we said, it comes from trauma.
It sure
You
does.
learn to protect yourself.
Right. And they're both like super traumatized. Like of all the characters, like they're deeply traumatized. Like and they were
Mm-hmm.
traumatized young, you know? So they've been in this situation where they're just constantly like existing behind these emotional walls for such a long time. That doesn't come down easily. Like somebody has to like tear it down, and when they somebody tears it down, it's traumatic when it happens. So like they get
Mm-hmm.
angry and they lash out, and then they have to process it. So they get there by the end, but it's like that's what these characters are doing.
I just see them coming to a very big understanding by the end of the season and just like being
Me
in a
too.
place where they don't have to say it. So they just like
Yes.
say it without saying it.
Yeah, I can see them of all the characters like actually really trusting each other and really
Mm-hmm.
understanding each other like you said, where it's like we don't have to talk. I get it.
Yep.
Yeah. Totally.
Like, obviously, we're going to get Rael back.
Yeah, I mean,
So
right.
she's always going to have Rael, but there's always going to be a level on which Rael can't connect to Scylla because they don't have the same kind of history. So I see Nicte
Yeah.
as a person that Scylla could go to that place with, but they don't have to talk about it. They can just share a space and have that, kind of vibe.
Yeah. 100%. And sometimes you need that like outside of like
Mm-hmm.
your partner or whatever. So,
Yeah, Scylla doesn't
totally.
have any friends. Scylla has Rael, and that's it.
Right. No, totally. That's like I feel like people miss that from this whole situation. Like Scylla is with these people who aren't her friends. Like her in with this group was Rail, who's not there. So like this has to be so awkward for Scylla cuz like she has the only thing tethering her to these people is Rael. So it's like yeah, without Rael, she really doesn't have a friend in this group. She's trying to make friends with them, but it's like hard as fuck. But like, yeah. So she's an outcast in this group, and like so is Nicte, and yeah, like they're the outcasts of the fugitives. Like, cause the rest of them, we're family, and then there's Tally, who's like family with Abigail, but Scylla is totally an outcast.
And even though Tally tries to like reach out to Scylla in certain situations, that's still not. It's still not they're not talking.
Right. No,
Tally
exactly.
is comforting
Exactly.
her, but they're not having like a real bonding experience.
Exactly. Well said. That's exactly what it is. So it's like they're not forming like a foundation of a friendship. It's just like, I'll comfort you. Like it takes Scylla having a physical breakdown for telling Abigail to be like, oh yes, let's comfort you. But like they don't notice the signs going into it. They're like, oh shit, Scylla's not okay. Like whereas I think Nicte sees that and she's like,
Mm-hmm.
she's not okay, and that's why she's like, hey girl, snap out of it. Like I can see you. So yeah, I agree with you. I wanted to see more of a progression with the friend. I think Tally starts to get there this episode with Scylla, where she's like, "Hey, are you
Mm-hmm.
okay?" But up till now, like, yeah, they're not watching Scylla or like really communicating with her. It's just they check in when they need to, and it's like that's not a friendship. That's like we're colleagues. It's not the
Mm-hmm.
same level of trust. So
They've all got their own shit going on, and
totally.
the end of the world is coming, et cetera, et cetera. So
The
it's
apocalypse, yeah.
obviously not, there's not a lot of time for them to be like, hey, but these are the kinds of situations where those bonds are usually made when you're in a life or death situation together. So I just expected there to be a little bit more of that somehow. Maybe there will be as the season progresses, but figured we'd be a little bit further along with, say, Abigail at this point. But however, she's the one that's fucking it up.
Yeah, fingers crossed there's more development there, because like yeah, it's just taking too long in my opinion, like
Mm-hmm.
this season.
We're
I agree.
half the season. We're in half the season right now, and we have
Yeah,
regressed.
yeah.
And I get
Eh,
that maybe they're going from a perspective of, well, she's in this Abigail's in this crazy situation, so she's going back to things that are familiar and comfortable to her. But at
yeah,
the same time, bitch,
I know they're all fish
grow
out of
the
water right
fuck
now.
up.
I know. You can't be talking about babies in the same breath that you can't deal with your current situation, which is slightly different from home. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. It's just yeah, it's
Okay,
insane. Like, how are we leaping? It's just crazy.
Abigail, darling, you
PSA.
the Charvel situation was absolutely traumatizing and awful,
Yes.
and you grew from that. And
Yes.
now we're at a point where you have forgotten, apparently, that happened.
Exactly. Yeah, we're pre-Charvel Abigail, which yeah, it's crazy. But
And
I don't
so,
yeah, it just when it comes to when it comes to Scylla though, I was really hoping we'd get organic development with everybody in Scylla and it didn't have to revolve around Rail so much.
mm-hmm.
Or like Rail comes back and then everyone's nice to Scylla again. Then it makes it seem like again, Scylla's the outcast still. It's just like you're nice because Rail's here.
Yeah, when
You know?
when we learned about Taylor's accident and the fact that she wouldn't be in some of the season, my thought was the only positive that could come out of this is that Scylla will have to be in a situation where she bonds and things progress with the other unit members. But here we
Yes.
are, and Tally's the only one out of the two that is making an effort, and even that, isn't quite as much as I had hoped because we just don't have
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, honestly, yeah, it's just yeah, it sucks. I think you're right. It boils down to time. It's just frustrating. I'm with you. I wanted exactly what you wanted, so it's just like, ugh.
Mm, it is
Scylla
what it
deserves a
is, I
will.
guess.
Yeah, I guess it is what
Yeah.
it is. We'll see what happens.
Hopefully we get something, but if
Yeah.
if I had my druthers, if you will, um
Mm.
we'd have actual, like, I just want them to have a fucking conversation. Like Scylla has not talked about her parents to
Talk about
either of these characters.
nothing.
She's
I
talked about nothing
know.
about her past. Like, they know about it tangentially. Well, I can't say that word right now, but you know what I'm trying to say. They know about it
Yeah,
through other sources.
correct.
So it's
Or
like,
like
hey,
they let.
Abigail.
Sorry, go. Sorry.
Hey, Abigail. Scylla watched her parents murdered in front of her by the army.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
The very institution which you grew up, indoctrinated into.
Correct.
Not only that, she had to fend for herself. She was 16. She had to fend for herself. And when she turned 18, she decided to try to get some justice. And the way in which she did so, though you can see where she's coming from, was absolutely not great. Like killing innocent people, probably, hey, not the best idea. Just saying. But at the same time, there's a lot of trauma there, Abigail, and you did not have that in your childhood. So just have some goddamn sympathy.
Yeah, and it's like all Abigail latches onto is terrorist.
Terrorist.
Like, that's it.
What's terrorist?
That's it.
Always terrorist.
Terrorist. That's it. Like Raylla's girlfriend, terrorist. That's it. That's all she sees her. And it's like, can you not put yourself? It's like the thing that's freaking you out right now is you're in a situation you didn't grow up in, and like you just said, Scylla, that happened to her traumatically at 16. It's like, and it's you're not handling this well either. Imagine doing it at 16 and both your parents are dead suddenly. But no, we can't do that. We can't have these conversations. It's just very frustrating.
Even before her parents died, they were dodging, so they were going from place to place to place, and she never stability. That's also traumatic. That's a big trauma is not having stability.
Oh yeah, 100,000,000%. Trust issues. Obviously, she's gonna have trust issues. I don't know. The other thing that bothers me is that all of Scylla's dialogue, up until kind of her and Nicte's conversation later, the vast majority of her dialogue is just all about Raylla.
Mm-hmm.
It's like,
true.
I don't like that. I wanted Scylla to be her own, have her own stuff going on, but I get why we're doing what we're doing, and there's time. It's just it
still sucks.
Scylla, yeah, it sucks. Scylla can't be her own character right now. She has to be the wife that's upset. And it's that's all the unit gets to see of Scylla by herself is the sad wife character. Scylla's so wonderful and complex, and it's I don't know. Anyway, I guess we'll see what happens. We obviously have a lot of feelings about Scylla, if you haven't noticed.
Another character that I would watch if there was a Scylla show.
Oh my god, listen. Start a new podcast about that show. Past, present, and future Scylla. All of it, it's all good. It's all good. She deserves her own show. That character is so fucking fascinating.
I love that character so much.
I love her so much.
Okay, so from our giant tangent into that, which Caitlin's probably going to kill us for.
Yeah, she is.
Back to the show.
She's typing her revenge right now.
Yeah, she's not even listening to us.
As you shouldn't. Go to sleep, Caitlin.
So let's go to the museum, because the night at the museum is essential.
I love it.
I'm not going to try to pronounce the name of the museum and murder it.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Because the double I's get me. It's an indigenous museum. I'm sorry. I feel terrible for not being able to pronounce this. Feel free to punch me in the face. It's cool.
Yes, same.
So we get the exterior of this museum, and we see that it's an indigenous museum. So we're obviously in the Cession still. And we see Alder running into one of the rooms in the museum that has a lot of things on display. And she kind of has to step around a Camarilla soldier's body on the floor when she comes in.
Yeah.
And we see a woman who's fighting another Camarilla soldier with an indigenous weapon that she's grabbed out of one of the displays. And she's kicking ass. She is kicking ass.
Oh my god, it's badass.
It's so badass.
It's so badass.
Apparently her name is Nudin.
Oh, I didn't catch her name.
Mm-hmm. Noodin. Nudin.
Okay.
Nudin. Something to that effect. Alder says it at one point, and that's why I heard it. So She finishes beating the shit out of this asshole, and Alder is like, okay, who are you and why do you know my name? And as soon as Alder says the marshal sent me, she calms down and she's like, okay, so I don't have to beat the crap out of you two.
Yeah, she's like, I put this away. All right, cool.
Okay. Cool. I'll put the weapon down. She puts it back in the display where she broke it out of, I assume. And Alder tells her that she is a steward of the first song, and that's why these men were trying to kill her. And to her credit, Newton just kind of takes this on board and is like, a baha now? What?
Yeah. The first two.
The first what's up? I'm a what's up? And so they don't have a lot of time here. So Alder's like, hey, just take this and listen to it. So she opens the little breath spray thing, whatever it is, and the song comes out. And immediately Newton is like, oh shit, I know this song. It's been so long. So she has the same reaction to this song that Alder had back when she heard the seed out of Boris's egg.
Yes.
Back in season 1.
Song, yeah.
The Egg of Destiny
in
song.
My blood. Remember?
It's in my blood. And she's like, so Newton's like, I've heard this song before. And that's what kind of seals the deal for this character to know that Alder's legit. And she says, the time will come for you to sing it once more. And Alder says that she's going to take her somewhere safe in the meantime. And Newton just knows what to do. Pours the song into her mouth from the container.
That was interesting.
And is very interesting. And then she leaves with Alder. And that's pretty much the scene. But that's how we meet one of the other stewards of the first song. And I'm really waiting for someone to make an edit where she opens that little bottle and something hilarious comes out. Caitlin, listen now. I just gave you an assignment. She's on it. I don't know, something like Thriller?
Terrified with what she's gonna do with this. Oh God.
Oh God. Oh no. She's gonna learn VFX.
Yeah. Not good.
Yeah, we're gonna have so many TikToks of this.
Oh dear.
We will do our best to remind you.
We will try. I'll probably remind you when I'm editing this.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. All right. I have a theory that comes out of the scene, but I'm going to save it till the end when we talk about Tally's vision. But what I want to point out here is that it seems like for the first song, not just anybody can sing it. So like it looks like that you can take those seeds that they capture and like someone can take it and like I guess they learn it vocally by ingesting it. But it seems like for this first song thing to work, it has to be somebody related to the witch back in the day from the OG6. So
the OG6.
The OG6. They are they not? The OG6.
The first gang.
I would give them a zip code, but there's no zip code at the time. It was just like Earth.
The OG6 from Earth.
OG6 from Earth. So, but I just wanted to mention that now because that was my main takeaway from the scene, but I'll tie it into a theory I have later with like Tally's vision, but anyway, and like this was also a depiction of like how Kalita got convinced. She's like, Alder, you're full of shit. And then the song came out and she's like, I feel it in my blood. You're legit. You're an OG6. All right.
It's not you're a G6, you're an OG6.
You're an OG6 from Earth.
We are so not cool.
Really.
We're such nerds.
Caitlin is going to destroy us with this. All right.
Yes. Moving
on. So, back at the session. It's Yule. I guess it is Yule at this point. So, I don't know what the timeline is, but it is now Yule in this scene. And Wade is participating in the Yule custom. Like, what an amazing president. Like, she learns, like, the languages to, like, talk to people in their native tongue and, like, the rituals of the custom of the community she's being introduced to. Like, she's a pro. So she's carving her, I don't know if it's hers or just a symbol that they told her to.
She's carving more Nordic runes is what it is.
No, she is, but I don't know if like it's significant to her. They're like, do this one, like they told her what to do, but she is carving a proper Nordic like symbol into it, like she's supposed to, and she's flirting with the marshal while she's doing this because, you know, big witch energy, it recognizes big witch energy, and there they go. And so, like, why are they doing this? So the Yule log is part of Yule, obviously. And it's basically this, like, specially selected log, hence the marshal going to find it, that they burn in a hearth, which we see them do in a minute. And it's supposed to be, like, burnt. It's, like, symbolic because, like you mentioned earlier, this is, like, the shortest day, longest night. And so it's supposed to be burnt as, like, a symbolic of, like, returning of the sun because, like, the days get longer from here on out as like light increases in heat. So it's symbolic to like bring the sun back, basically, is what this kind of symbolizes. And there's a custom which they get into in the scene where there's a belief that as the Yule log burns, you can like count the sparks and like see fortunes of the new year and beyond, which is I think what Elliot was like pulling when he like created this whole scene. It's like, oh yeah, Tally can do that. Mythology, boom. And so that's how we kind of got the scene. So pretty cool. So flirting, carving, then the Yule log is done after Wade finishes her whittling, and it goes into the fireplace and they start burning it. And everyone kind of gathers around and looks into the hearth, and Adil's sigil is the one that burns first. And he has no vision. But Tally says, well, you know, as a kid, I always used to tell my mom I saw sneakers as my like annual vision, which like Wade thought was funny. So I wonder if her mom actually got her like gift every year, and her mom's like, God damn it, why does she know every fucking time? Because she's the best knower ever to exist. That's why. And then as this like cute like custom is happening, Scylla comes in and with bloody hands and the goat heart, and she's like, fuck your visions, come with me. And pivots the whole holiday in like 3 seconds. And so
people are like, it's so creepy, and I'm like, no, it's adorable. I'm like, what's wrong with me?
It's so necro-y. She's like, just come with
necro-y.
me.
I've got a heart.
She's got a heart. So she takes the heart, buries it in the backyard under this mound of dirt, and everyone gathers with her. Minus Nicte, who's lurking. We'll get there. Hashtag there's Candace. We can see you lurking in the background. We see you. There's Candace. All right. So then she gives the speech where she's saying, the longest night of winter, we offer up a heartbeat, hence the heart, to Earth to bring forth new life. So may the darkness, then she talks about like opposites, because that's kind of like this holiday. So may darkness bring light, may cold bring warmth, may death bring life, because like we're cycling into like a new year basically. And she's hoping that like she can give this offering to like get new life, like a hint of Raylla from death, the mycelium. That's kind of what's happening. And then Scylla starts harmonizing the theme song of the whole show, which is apparently called the Yule song, according to the Marshal. And it's this very powerful song. And he's like, I've never seen it used like this before. So like, this is Scylla going rogue with the Yule song, because it's Scylla. She's trying to invent new work because she's like really desperate that the old methods of contacting the mycelium aren't working. So she has to get creative. And this kind of reminded me of during Beltane when Izadora, it was like, hey, Necros, fuck Beltane. You're coming with me. We're going to make a dead body talk because there's sex energy in the air. And we're going to harness that, the power of the holiday. So I think that's kind of what Scylla was thinking. She's like, powerful death holiday symbolizes new life. Maybe I can use that and harness it to like talk to the mycelium or connect with the mycelium. So like she's going rogue, but it kind of makes sense why she's doing this. But she needs like more people to like make it more powerful, since like it's hard to get in touch with the mycelium nowadays. It doesn't have a lot of bars on the cell phone. So she's like, I need everybody to sing the Yule song with me. So they start harmonizing, and then hashtag there's Candace lurking in the background, and she finally, Nicte's like, all right, Nicte, okay, and then we'll get into why Nicte was hesitating with this song in particular later, but this is a big moment for Nicte where she's like, okay, I will sing the song for you because I see that this is going to help you. And so she harmonizes with her, and they sing the Yule song for like a couple bars, and then just it does nothing fucking happens. And then everybody's like, okay, this whatever you were doing wasn't working. And it gets really quiet and sad because maybe Raylla is dead is kind of like what's hanging in the air. And Wade is all of us, and she turns to somebody and she's like, is something supposed to happen? Because she doesn't know what the fuck is going on. But she like is like, okay, this must be a custom, and she joined them, and she's like, why are we staring at this heart in the dirt? This is weird. Or is it not weird? I don't know what this is. So anyway, nothing happens, and Wade is amazing, but Scylla is like reality. I think the reality is setting into Scylla. She's like, oh fuck, what if like what if my worst fear is coming true? And she starts losing it basically, and that's when what we were lamenting on earlier, when Scylla starts losing it, that's when Tally and Abigail are like, okay, let's comfort Scylla, she's not okay. And they give her like physical support by like kind of like touching her arm, and Tally like rests her head on her shoulder and stuff. And then eventually everyone's like, this got depressing, and they start going inside. And Scylla opts to stay outside. She needs like a moment to herself because Scylla is somebody who processes things by herself. And so when everybody leaves, she's there just with the heart and the dirt, and she starts losing it. And that's when she very desperately says like, or like begs Raylla to like give me some kind of sign. Like, I've been trying for God knows how long, nothing's been happening. I tried this rogue magic. Like, I need something, because I think she's starting to lose hope in this moment. That like, fuck, I've tried everything. I used the holiday, nothing's happening. Maybe Nicte's right. Like, I need something. I need something to give me hope. Like, because I'm starting to lose it here. And she waits for like a second, and then starts to go inside. And as her back's turned, that's when she hears Raylla whisper from the mycelium. So what happened was Willow was like, fine, you can have your phone, Raylla. And like Raylla, which actually which texts back finally, and says Scylla, and then shows her the R. She like copycats the crow R with a bunch of glowing mushrooms. So like Willow lets her text this finally. And Raylla learns how to witch text back, guys, finally. Because that was way too long. So thanks, Willa, MVP here. And Scylla smiles and is finally relieved because, like, she's like, I knew it. This is the confirmation. This is the sign, not the weird witch bomb that killed Wade. We'll deal with that later. There you are. I heard your voice. I saw the witch text. Like, I wasn't crazy. So, best Yule present ever for Scylla.
Yes, apart like short of having Raylla back, but
for the circumstances, correct? Yes.
I just want to say how beautiful the Yule song was. Like that God, I was so. Yeah, I just want that as my ringtone forever.
It's so good.
Her voice. I want to bottle it.
It's so good.
The baby necro voice. But yeah, I love that. Everyone fucks off and she gets immediately that private moment to have that. And I love that Raylla is like, Sal. Just the nickname, and it's so cute. And the Rails are.
Willow was taking the phone away. She's like, that's it, Raylla. Go to sleep. But yeah, it's very cute.
Or she snuck her phone and Willow walked in.
Oh, nothing. I'm not doing anything. I was sleeping.
Sleeping. Yeah, totally. You were saying her name in your sleep again, apparently.
It happens a lot, Mom. It's fine.
It's my wife. What do you want?
Give me my phone back.
Give me my phone back so I can talk to my wife. She needs to hear from me. Yeah. So at least Scylla gets that, and she can be happy in the next scene. So
yeah.
Here we go. There's the good part of this scene. where we've got Tally, Abigail, Adil, Scylla, and M are toasting for Yule happiness. I assume Scylla came in and told everyone that she got a text back.
I mean, finally. I hope so.
Otherwise, why would she be in there being happy?
I don't know.
I mean, not that they would notice.
And that too, right. I think the only person who notices is Nicte.
Yeah.
Like, all right. Well, I don't know. She's being dramatic in a corner, but like, yeah, no, none of them would notice.
She's in herself right now because it's Yule, and we'll find out more about that later. So Wade is talking to the marshal and about her family and how it's great that they can contact their families, but I'm over here like, okay, I've got 4 grandkids and I can't even talk to them.
Dude, this was the first thing I thought of when I saw Wade, and I was like, isn't it like Christmas? Like, and they just killed Wade, and they're like, listen, but you can't contact your family. So they like ruined her holiday, basically. And I love that they put this in here because it's so true. Poor Wade.
You're in the witness protection program now.
Right. No, literally. Like, and her family's all traumatized. They're like, our grandma's dead. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just traumatize all these people for like the holiday. It's wild.
We blame, but it goes right back to we blame it on the Camarilla because it's their damn fault.
100%, it totally is. It just a lot of people got traumatized this Yule.
Justice for Wade. The marshal, being the smooth gentleman that he is, points out that she'll just have to buy her grandkids double the presents next year, and then they continue to flirt.
They sure do.
And then we go to the part of the scene that I could,
do without. Yep. Why do we keep shoehorning this in?
So Adil's standing underneath the mistletoe, and Abigail's approaching him, and let me just say, once again, Abigail treats someone in this group like they're an idiot, because she starts to explain to him what mistletoe is.
It's like borderline racist, this line.
It's awful.
You
like,
know
why?
I mean? Like, why?
It is.
It is.
God damn.
I know.
So she's Abigail explaining mistletoe to Adil.
Yes. Yes, that is what's happening. That is what's happening. She's Abigail explaining. She does do that. Dang.
Cuts her off by kissing her and being like, I know what it's for.
I'm not an idiot. Yeah.
So, and she's over here like, well, I just thought since you were Tareem, like in her head. Fuck that shit.
Racist.
So he kisses her, and then he starts to show off his dance moves, which I gotta say, good job, Tony. I'm here for that. Yep, like, absolutely. I like this kind of playful side of Adil. Do I think Abigail will appreciate it as it should be appreciated? Probably not.
No.
But she chooses this moment to bring up the fucking baby thing. We're back to that.
Why? Why are we back here?
Yeah, she's like, so maybe this whole Earth and Sky thing has something to do with what Dwight and what was her freaking alias?
Shelby
and Dwight were talking about. And I'm like, seems fake.
I know.
Okay, so what you're saying is that maybe you guys should have a baby because it will fulfill the prophecy, and so you'll be important.
Right. But what does she say later? She's like, yeah, let's be important to piss off the Camarilla, but we'll wait.
Not right now.
What? Right, so what is this conversation? Why are we having it?
Like, why are you having it? Because she's like, slow down, witch daddy. Because he's all for it. He's like, let's go.
Right, like, you brought this up. Like, why are we having this conversation right now? I don't get this.
Why did you bring it up if you don't want it to happen right now? I guess that she's just like sometime in the future, yes, and she wanted to talk about it, but in the context of the union of Earth and Sky.
Yes, that's a piece that doesn't make sense. It's like that, but the Camarilla is like afraid of that happening now. But you're like, but it needs to happen now if that's what they're talking about. But let's do it later. So it's like,
let's wait till we clear our names and achieve world peace. But that's not
That's not the prophecy. Yeah, exactly. That was really dumb. Like, them talking about, hey, let's have kids one day, sure. But, like, tying it to the prophecy, that's the piece that it's not mathing. It's not mathing.
Make it make sense.
Make that make
Nicole.
sense. Yeah, Nicole, what the hell was this? This is so weird. I feel like you just wanted them to talk about babies and, like, made it an excuse, and then it didn't make any fucking sense when they're saying it.
Whose idea was this?
I don't know. And also, what's with the hot and cold flirting that they have going on? Because, like, why is Adil suddenly super smooth, but when they were doing the Dwight and Shelby thing, he was, like, very wooden and awkward and weird about it, but, like, now he's suddenly smooth. Like, what is their relationship, I guess, is my question. Because it's like, they don't, it's like, and now we're jumping to babies? Like, are we there? I'm so confused.
He's been taking lessons from Scylla.
Yeah, that makes sense, honestly. So they've been friends off screen.
Yeah, that's what's been happening off screen. So in our what's been happening off screen segment today, what we're going to do is, so Scylla's been giving, so let's just say Scylla kind of overheard that whole train wreck of a fucking flirt session with Dwight and Shelby. And she's like, hey, so, let me give you a few tips. That was something.
That was something.
And so they kind of bond secretly, because obviously he wouldn't want Abigail to know that he's like BFFs with Scylla now.
Never. She's a terrorist.
And so she kind of gives him some lessons in how to be smooth, because she's still a big witch energy Ramshorn.
She is smooth.
And right now, she and Nicte are fighting or kind of niggling at each other, so she can't teach Nicte any smooth moves. Might as well give them to Adil.
Yeah,
she's got to do something with her time. And so that's what's been happening off screen. She's been teaching Adil how to flirt and dance.
Yeah, I mean, time well spent. He's got confidence and moves and isn't being weird, so...
The only good part that I liked in that part of the scene was her calling him Witch Daddy, because that was funny to me.
Yeah, that was funny.
Like, I need to give Ashley credit for her line delivery.
For sure. No, she does have a lot of, like, really great lines that she just nails.
She nails them.
Your character's just being weird right now, and I can't make sense of it. But yeah.
Like, and I think sometimes it's Ashley too. So, because like, that
totally.
bitch my tomato was Ashley.
Ashley, yeah, right. The parts where she's just being herself are honestly really great this season. Some of the Abigail stuff is just weird.
Confusing.
It's confusing, is what it is. Yeah, I'm just mostly
from a character perspective.
Correct. Exactly. Yeah, from the journey we've gone on with Abigail, it's almost like it stopped and we like circled back, and it's like, anyway.
We don't hate Abigail. We just don't understand what they're doing with her.
Yeah, exactly. That's really what it is. We do not hate Abigail. We've said this before. This is not an Abigail hate podcast. We're both confused with the character right now, and I don't understand. We don't know where she's what's the point? Like, where is she going? It's not what we were expecting, and it's not adding up. It's not mathing. It's very confusing.
There's no mathing to be had with her mentioning any of this stuff. So
no,
fucking over it.
It just seems, again, it must be a timing thing. It's just like their end game, I guess, like, but it's like, why?
So the next two scenes are the most heartwarming in this entire episode, and I've been looking forward to these the entire time.
Yes, so these are the best scenes. Agreed.
I'm ready.
All right. So now it starts off sad, but it gets good. So while all of that weird stuff is happening, in another part of the house that's very dark, and apparently where all the candles are, is the staircase, and Nicte's there being sad and mopey by herself. Why are there so many candles around here? It's just so weird.
I don't know.
Like the staircase.
So bizarre.
It's so weird.
It's a fire hazard, is what it is.
No, totally is. It's like they have the hearth going, and then for some reason they're like, fuck, let's put all the candles on the staircase, because who's hanging out at staircases? It's very weird. But Nicte's like, perfect. This is exactly what I want. It's super dramatic. I'm dramatic. I'm going to hang up by these candles. So that's what she's doing.
I kind of love it,
though. So Nicte, I feel like she's so Nicte. Herself. I'm going to sit here.
She came in and set all the candles up and is like, yes.
Yes. And perfect. Sat down with her drink. Because there's no reason for this. Only a dramatic disaster game would do this. And Scylla was outside with the mushrooms, so it was Nicte that had to do this. Someone left. She's in the spree. They're just dramatic for no reason.
It's one of the two.
It's one of the two. So this was Nicte. Nicte set this and sat in it. So on brand. And then Scylla comes over and this is like round 2 of like them talking, and Scylla starts making some small talk about like the food, and she's basically like, hey, you actually can cook, and then like warms up Nicte a little bit, and then is like, about everything I said before, sorry, that was really cruel what I said. So she's like warming Nicte up, and then is like actually apologizing, because she's like, I recognize that like I just straight up read you to filth and that was mean. And Nicte is like basically like, yeah, but like you were right and have no reason to apologize. I am miserable and like lonely, and for her, she shares the fact that like this holiday is like when she's at her lowest, basically. And we get backstory from Nicte about why that is. And so this is like, they basically like today, Scylla was very triggered about the Raylla stuff, and then Nicte was triggered because it was Yule and nobody knew this. So again, they were very close to their precipice of losing it, and like their clash kind of like brought all this out. And so Nicte explains why Yule's a big trigger for her. So apparently when Nicte was 5, her mother abandoned her and basically dodged. So like mom was like, I ain't joining the military, and then like fucked off forever, and in the process abandoned Nicte, who is left with her grandmother. So it's like dodging for her mom was like the witch version of like, I'm gonna go to the gas station to get some cigarettes, and like never came back. So like that's what that's what Nicte's mom did to her, and like left her daughter with her cranky mother, the grandmother, who ended up raising Nicte. So I get the sense that like that was Nicte's like, you know, hero / support system as a kid was her grandmother, and she probably like believed everything grandma told her because that's all she had. And so Nicte, being a child, always like basically held out hope that her mom would come back one day. And grandma basically told her, she's like, listen, if there's ever a day she's gonna come back, it would be Yule. And so all you have to do is stay up all night until the sun comes up and sing the Yule song like all night. Which it's the longest night of the year. So it's like a little fairy tale. She basically told Nicte to give her hope. So kind of like paralleling the way like Scylla had hope that Raylla was really alive, but like kept doing everything and kept failing. And that's what happened to Nicte. Nicte says like, I could never stay up all night and sing this song because I was a kid. I would just fall asleep. It's the longest night of the year. So like, I think Nicte saw what was going on with Scylla and was like putting her like, her projecting her own life onto Scylla and being like, wow, okay, yeah, you need to like face reality. She's never coming back. Like my mom never came back. So that's kind of what their fight was about earlier. It really wasn't about the two of them. It was like about their personal stuff. And Nicte trying to like relate to her in a way that was not compatible. And so I like this story too, because it makes the Yule song earlier when she joins Scylla even more like impactful that Nicte did that, because that song was like associated with her mother abandoning her, and like she probably sang it over and over again like for years until she was like old enough to be like, this bitch ain't ever coming back, like fuck it. And then like that was when the walls went up forever and the hope was just squashed, like her hope was a feather is like forever tarnished. And so the fact that she did that for Scylla was like, okay, yeah, you obviously really need this. And so that was like a big like camaraderie moment coming from Nicte, and I think Scylla recognizes that from the song, that like that was hard for Nicte to do, and she did it for her. And so that was like Nicte's version of like apologizing, was like doing the Yule song basically. And then she verbalizes basically to Scylla, she's like, well, Raylla is really lucky to have you. You're somebody that isn't going to give up hope. You're somebody who obviously loves her a lot, and like, you know, she loves you
You're
back.
not
Kind of
going
like,
to abandon her.
right, exactly. You're not gonna, that's what she's, yeah, relating to it that way. Exactly. She's refusing to abandon her the way Nicte was abandoned. And then Nicte after that is like, I'm tired, fuck this holiday, and like tries to go to bed. But Scylla stops her and she thanks her for singing the song, because from the story she's like, I get that was hard for you, and you did it, so thank you for that, for helping me. And then we get the cutest line in the episode where Nicte says, sure, baby Spree. That's so cute.
It's so
cute. Cute. It's the cutest. That's the cutest.
Why are they turning out to be the bro TP?
I love it.
It's like,
it's
you know, it makes sense. Apparently, according to Abigail. Fuck Abigail right now.
Yeah, fuck Abigail
anyway.
Right now. Yep, they're the cutest, and I'm glad that we got Nicte backstory, and
finally.
Fucking finally. And I like that they put this in here, because then it gives a bit of context into all like the Nicte Scylla butting heads kind of thing. So they can kind of understand where each other's coming from, and like I think they will move forward with a friendship foundation from this, because this was real what they were doing and talking about. It wasn't just like, oh, you're sad, let me hug you. That this was real. So like we were saying earlier, I think this will forge a actual friendship between the two of them, or that will be stronger than just. So Nicte finally, Scylla finally has a friend in her corner right now through all of this, like what they just went through. So that was my main takeaway from this whole episode, was like this friendship between the two of them is something
somebody stepped up for Scylla.
Yeah.
That didn't have to, and did it in spite of how hard it was.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's like, I also think about it in the sense that Tally and Abigail are their age. Scylla is not her age.
No, yeah, exactly. Scylla was forced to grow up real fast, and so was Nicte. Obviously, at 5, she's like, I'm forced to grow up real fast. They both have that in common, so they're wise beyond their years. Whereas like Tally, who knows what goes on in the matrifocal compound? I don't think that's what goes on there. And Abigail was definitely babied for a long time, so yeah, they're like immature compared to these two.
And
so yeah, it must go sorry.
We have to remember that Nicte is not the age of her face.
No, that too. Totally. Yeah.
Nicte's more Petra's age, or a little older than Petra.
Correct. She's in her 50s or so.
So yeah, totally. She's been out and about way before these kiddos, and has some life under her belt. And like you said, Scylla's forced to grow up. So here we are.
Yeah. I love it.
Khalid gone, so these two are the only ones.
They have to. This needed to happen, though. They needed to like come to an understanding and like form an alliance, like a friendship, not just an alliance. They're going to be friends now, and so like now we have adults on the team again. Maybe they'll like actually use their brain cells. That's the hope.
Yes. Can you? And here's the other thing: Scylla's had her sign from Raylla, so she can stop being stupid about stuff.
Correct. Yeah, I think she can calm down. I think this holiday is over. Nicte can calm down. So I think that if like one of them is teetering towards being irrational and the other one calls them out, they'll rein themselves in, so they can lead this group that has no leader.
Speaking of
Khalid is gone.
Well, if the other freaking Abigail will listen to either of them.
Oh, that's the other thing. That's Jesus Christ. Yep, I know.
Because she's still got that thing where she's got to be in charge because she's Abigail. All right. Well, we could talk about that whole dynamic for 95 years. Yeah. So
we won't do that to you or Caitlin.
We won't. Yeah. Let's move on to the next fucking amazing scene.
Everyone in the world should watch this scene.
Anyone, period, needs to watch this scene.
Yes.
I literally cried, and I don't cry very easily. I'm like welling up right now.
It's so good.
So we finally get talking about their journey with the military, and Tally approaches who's playing with the punch, just like getting ladles of it and then pouring it and getting ladle and pouring it. And Tally's like, you want some, just get some. And so Tally sits down at the little bar area with and pours them both a glass. And so Tally expresses that because of her sight, she feels like she's in between worlds without belonging to any of them. And this is something that's very apt for who says that sounds familiar. Because as we all know, is a non-binary character, and we don't get a lot of those on television. So to hear a non-binary actor talk about this subject through a non-binary character is extremely special and is something that needs to be just like freaking televised for the world to see over and over and over again. So
yes.
this scene needs to like be out there. And says that there wasn't a clear place for someone like them, and that they had to choose weapons building with the men or basic with the women, but they didn't fit into either one. So there wasn't a place for them. And it was traumatic. Like having like no place to go, and having everyone from both sides just I can't imagine it's and having that trauma within yourself, trying to find your identity. So it got better when Alder noticed them and suggested that they go to war college. So Alder, in her role as general but also caretaker of all of her witch children,
witch babies,
as it were, witch babies. And we know that we've gotten from other scenes that Alder notices certain cadets, and she noticed because, as we've seen, is like the most competent freaking military person in this entire thing besides Petra. So
yeah, 100%.
And like has more in the field skills, I think, than Petra might, with things like infiltration and whatnot. Totally. So they're an extremely valuable person to have around and on your side. So goes through how Alder noticed them. They went to war college, became a coven leader, and met good witches who see them for who they are. And that had to be an extremely validating experience for and probably the only time in which they got to a point where they were okay with even themselves and being in the position they were in. So having settled within themselves, they can now pass on this wisdom to Tally, because it's a relatable thing for to see Tally in where she is right now. And so says like the most amazing thing to Tally, and something that she needs to hear really badly, because she's not getting information from she's not getting this from anyone else. No one else is actually seeing Tally. The people that she needs to see her, like Alder, shows up and then leaves, and then shows up and then leaves, answers none of her questions, gives her no information. So her former idol comes in and out of her life without giving her much of anything. And the only person that's really seeing her right now that isn't, dealing with their own shit and kind of, because Scylla's got the whole rails in the mycelium, oh my god, freaking out, so that's valid. Abigail, I don't know what the fuck's going on with Abigail. She's just being weird, and the one person who should be actually asking Tally, like, hey, what's up, bruh? So, who the fuck knows? Nicte connected with Tally on a work level and being like, this is what you can do with this, but be careful. But here's the one person that's seeing Tally as a person and seeing Tally for who she is, because M literally says, I see you for who you are. You're the one true constant, and you can count on yourself. You've got this. That's exactly the pep talk that Tally needs. And it's like the most beautiful scene. And then they toast.
It's everything.
So honestly, the next person that says anything about S and their acting can go suck a Yule log.
Yeah, you can fuck all the way off. This scene was beautiful. Everything about it, all just M being able to say all of that is incredible. So thank you, Nicole, for writing this and letting M share their experience, because it's a voice we don't get to hear, and everyone should hear. And so I'd like to. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to say, I'd like to know how much input S had into this scene.
Yeah, same. And I just wanted to comment, aside from this being beautiful, I just wanted to comment on one thing from the line where M says, Tally is the one true constant. So I was wondering, aside from like the context M's talking about it in, if there's a deeper meaning to that, like that Tally with her knowing ability perhaps is going to be this like tie between past, present, and future, because of how she can get glimpses
travel between them.
Exactly, because if she's in the in-between essentially and is not a part of one world but she's a part of all of them, is she going to be like this tie between like the OG witches and like the first song and like what happens in the future after it's sung? And maybe on another sense, could she be this link between like the living and the dead in some sense? Like, can she be like the true constant between like all of this, like the connective tissue in the whole series? I wonder. Knowing Tally, it's definitely possible. I just wanted to like throw that out there, because that line was just very like poignant and very like true of Tally in like multiple ways. And so I was wondering if that was foreshadowing in a way.
It definitely caught me too, and I was like, things you go about.
Yeah, and just the delivery made it so like heavy, important. Correct. So
yep, I definitely think there's something more to that, and you are correct. Our brain cell is working.
Yay! Thanks, M. Someone needs a fucking brain cell. Alrighty, so any more to say about that scene? I feel like we could talk about that one forever too. It's so
we could talk about it forever, but I will cry if we continue to talk about it, and I don't want to cry on camera.
No, because it's all Caitlin. Well, Caitlin's gonna post it on a loop, so
yeah.
I won't do that to you. So beautiful scene. Everybody should watch it. Watch it at least once a day. It's very important. But okay, after that really beautiful, amazing scene, we're very happy we got. We then do quick cuts of like what everyone else is doing at Yule. So like M and Tally are doing that. They're having beautiful heart-to-hearts together. Then we have Scylla, who's caressing her witch text and telling Raylla she loves her and will give up hope. So she's doing that.
Well, that's the thing, is what you described is literally what's happening, and it's still hilarious. It's funny, but it's sweet, but it's Scylla and it's funny.
I know. It's all of those things. But that's what she's doing. Then Abigail and Adil are dancing under the mistletoe. Congratulations. And Wade and the Marshal are getting it on. Congrats to you guys. Woo! I know. Thank you, writers, for making actors and actresses of certain ages be desirable. So thank you. That's representation as well.
They're hot. not commodities. I'm sorry, but
I'm saying, listen, they both can get it with each other.
Yeah.
I'm glad they're getting it. Good for them. They deserve it. So then, after we do like that quick little cuts of like what everyone else is doing, we circle back to Tally and Em. And they're still, hanging out. And now they're in front of the Yule log. And Tally looks to the log as I guess her sigil catches fire. And her eyes kind of glow and it sends her into a vision of the future. So she gets her Yule vision. And it takes her into this vision we got glimpses of in like trailers and stuff. And basically, Tally's in her army uniform now, and she's standing on a really creepy cliff. And looks around. I was like, where the fuck am I? And finds Raylla on like the opposite end of this cliff. And Raylla's in her army uniform too. So I assume this is the future because this wasn't in the past. And Raylla's got her back to Tally. And she's in front of this like really creepy wall. And it's like glowing like purple and there's like some gold, a little bit of red or like orange. And it's like in the wall of this cave, there's like these grooves carved out, almost like somebody made this pattern. It kind of repeats itself a little bit. Like I can't tell if it's like ancient writing or like grooves that mean something. Not sure. I thought at first this was like my like tentacles of witch plague, but it looks like carved in the stone, whatever this is. And it looks purposeful versus like water did this. Like there's patterns. And so as Rael's like looking at this, and Tally's like, oh, Rael's chest glows purple and it expands out and Rael collapses. And when she hits the ground, the mycelium dust like pours out of her. And Rael starts screaming in this like gargled mycelium seed voice we've heard her do before. And she starts like glowing in all of her lesbian Jesus glory as the mycelium's just like shooting out of her in like dust form. And as this is happening, it forms this like dust cloud. 5 shadowy figures are like summoned from the shadows and like approach. And as that's happening, this massive explosion happens. It's like a super witch bomb, and it's like pure darkness, pure black, just like emanates from Rael and just keeps going outward and just like swallows literally everything as it's like exploding until there's just black. And then Tally, in the nothingness, startles out of this vision and just word vomits everything she just saw to Em. And at the end, she says, I think Rael might end the world with her super witch bomb, basically. Which is terrifying, and Tally is very startled by this vision.
As one would be.
As one should be. That is fucking scary.
I'd like to point out that when you see Rael with her back to Tally, that's actually Tia, Taylor's sister.
So I figured that wasn't Taylor.
Yeah, so it's Tia in a wig, standing in for Taylor, and then the shot that we get of Rael's face from above, that's Taylor. But the shot from behind is Tia. So shout out to Tia.
Yeah, girl, good job. Way to make it to Motherland. You did great. Yeah, I was like, her back's turned. It's probably not Rael. I thought it was her stunt double, but I love that it's her sister.
Like, oh, well, Tia's here. She's, working. So why don't we just put her in there?
Yeah, Tia was part of the crew and on set. So yeah, I love that. They got creative.
Yeah, I loved it too. I was like, that's cute. Love it.
Super, super cute. Okay.
But, yeah, so Rael ended in the world. WTF? That's all I have. WTF?
Yeah, I'm not sure what to make of that part right yet, but I have kind of a theory about like the first song. I wanted to circle back here. So like before the blast goes off, there's like 5 figures, right? And there's like 6 total for the first song thing. So I was like, okay, is the shadowy figures Camarilla people coming to kill her? I don't know. I'm wondering if this has to do with the first song more so, because there's 6 witches and then there's 5 shadowy figures in Raylla, so that's technically 6. And when Alder goes to see, oh crap, I forgot her name. What was the indigenous woman in the museum's name?
Newton.
Okay.
Newton.
To get Elaine's her original song back. It basically seems like whoever sings the first song when this thing goes down has to be a steward of it, and it almost seems like the steward thing is like lineage. That's why she keeps saying it's in my blood. Like Alder is related to one of the OG witches. Newton is related to one of the OG witches. Kalita is related to one of the OG witches. So like nobody else could have like just taken Elaine's cat. Like Elaine couldn't have sung the song. Like it has to be whoever like owns the song, like lineage wise. So I'm wondering, okay, so if Alder's a steward and the steward has to be there to sing the song, I'm wondering if we're going to get to a point in the story where like the mycelium cannot support Alder anymore because it's like it's keeping her alive. We saw that when the Elaine stuff went down. Like it can't keep her corporeal forever. What if we get to a point where it can't manifest Alder anymore? So we have to get a descendant from Alder to sing the fucking song because it has to be a steward with her bloodline. And what if it's Scylla? We get the Scylla link in.
I've been saying that for 2 years.
Fuck yeah, you have been.
Not the first song part, because obviously we didn't know about that, but I've been like,
yeah.
I've had like a weird, I've even talked about, like back in the Tumblr days, I talked about this. It was like,
hell yeah.
What if Scylla's related to Alder in some weird, like crazy, like I know everybody thinks that Alder's line is gone, but what if it actually wasn't?
Yeah, what if
interesting.
What if her sister had a daughter before she was killed?
Who knows? I mean,
Alder's mother could have a sister also. As I mean, it doesn't have to be like Alder's child. It just has to be somebody related to the steward, you know?
Yeah.
So if like Alder's mother was the steward and she had like, or like, yeah, or her mother had a sister, like that's still related to the steward. Like you can like trace it through women. Like it doesn't have to be like Alder's daughter. It can be like a close relative. So I'm wondering if that's the big twist that brings in, because like, okay, and the reason I'm wondering in this scene too, because like when Raylla's doing that like mycelium stuff, like I wonder if she's like connected to Scylla in that moment, and like that's the steward piece. I don't know, just throwing that out there. But
yeah,
because it would suck if like interesting. If Alder gets all the witchymons and then like the mycelium's like, great, but I can't keep you manifested anymore, so like you need to find another steward for your song.
Da da da.
Da da da. Just throw that out there, guys.
Just a wild theory.
Just a wild theory.
Wildness.
That's what we do.
I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it.
Where we're going next?
Not the theory. Where we're going next.
No one likes this. This was unnecessary. Actually, the next 2 scenes were unnecessary. Fuck you guys.
Yeah, unnecessary. Yeah. Thank you very much. Can we not? Like, why do we have to end on this? Could we not end on, like, the vision or something? Please.
I know.
And thank you.
That was terrible enough. At least it was like
at least that had like characters we actually like in it.
I know.
Anyway, so we're back at the Camarilla party and the witches are still fighting. And it's pointed out that even some of the Camarilla people are having trouble watching these brutal ass gladiator matches because they're awful and disgusting.
Yes.
So Albin's big moment is coming. He's been waiting to see this because he really wants to see Spree witches fight army witches because he's gross.
Yeah.
and using them for his experiment because they're not human. So basically, they bring in 2 spree witches to fight Anacostia and Sterling, and who does it happen to be? Vera and some other spree witch. But Vera shows up again. Here we are. And I'd like to point out, as was pointed out to us by Cody, that Vera is wearing the same shirt she was wearing in the last episode we saw her in, and it's Ron's face.
Yes, Ron Xander Williams.
Ron Xander Williams.
VFX coordinator who we talked to. His face is on her shirt. I love that they did that.
If you have not, I love it. If you haven't watched that episode or that interview, go freaking watch it because it's really cool. You get to find out all the cool behind the scenes stuff with VFX. And
I know. I wish
now
we saw this.
have this tidbit. I know. I wish we did.
I
wanted to ask him about it.
Yeah, did he know about this? Or did they surprise him?
Yeah,
I love it.
I want a shirt with Ron's face on it.
Right?
Now I want one.
I know, Vera. Where'd you get that shirt, girl? Share it.
Yeah, girl, give me that. Give me a shirt. You don't need it now.
I hope they gave it to him also when it was over.
Yeah,
he didn't show it to us, but I'm hoping he has it.
Yeah, I hope he does. So, anyway, Vera steps into the ring, and Anacostia starts off with, "Hey, we don't need to fight each other." But Vera's like, "Nah, bitch." And wind strikes Anacostia, then says, "The plan is you die, we live." And I'm like, bitch, this is Anacostia Quartermain. You also don't know who you're dealing with.
It's the Camarilla. They're not going to let any of you live.
Yeah, you really think you're gonna live? No. These are witch-hating witch haters.
Right, they're gonna kill
the
all
only
of
thing
you.
that would happen is either they would just kill you or they move you to the next round where you fight another gaggle witch.
Right.
It's no, this is never gonna turn out okay for you.
No.
The only win that you could get is if both sides of this just sit there and have a sit-in.
Correct. Yeah, exactly. Which I think that's what she wanted. Yeah, exactly. Anacostia said, just sit here. They're not gonna do anything.
Yeah. We're just chill and we can deal with this. But no. Anacostia's on the floor, and Sterling takes this opportunity to wind strike Vera's spree panion. And then tries to go for Vera, but she pulls out some spree work. And I'd also forgot to say that the assholes that shoved Vera and her companion into this little fighting ring threw a knife in there because it's spree magic. And what does spree magic do? You can make people do things to themselves that they would not do otherwise. So her spree work makes Sterling pick up the knife and begin to stab himself in the abdomen. I cannot deal with that. I don't know what it is about. It's the self-harm thing. I can't. Same thing happened to me when the rebels did this, when Alder had the rebels do this back in season 2.
Yeah.
I can't. So, I watched this again for you guys. Just saying.
Send love to
Okay, I didn't watch it. I closed my eyes. I heard this again for you guys.
I heard it.
And that was traumatizing enough. So, Anacostia screams about this as you would, seeing your boyfriend stab himself at the hands of another witch. And then that sends Anacostia into a whole new world where she comes at Vera with the same seed that Abigail used on the Camarilla agent who was wearing Charvel's vocal cords.
Yeah.
And fillets her face off, basically. Which was disgusting.
It really was.
And then she immediately goes to Sterling and starts to fix him. Gross, 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 gross. No, thank you.
And now Ron's face has blood on it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You didn't deserve that, Ron.
You did not deserve that, Ron.
You worked so hard.
You do work so hard. I will say that in the after the storm, for this episode was Demetria, basically talking about Anacastia's journey, and like it was really beautiful. Go watch it if you haven't. But she talks a lot about the scene and her relationship with Sterling, and basically like this is like this moment where she fillets Vera was kind of like Anacastia's oh shit, like I'm really in love with this guy moment for her. So that's where that like seed kind of came from. It's not one she normally uses, and it just like came out in a fit of passion is kind of what that was. So this was a big moment for Anacostia. So yeah,
big deal.
Yeah, I think a theme a lot in some of these characters, her and Scylla at least, was just like this lashing out of like protective love kind of thing. So interesting. That's what happened here, but
I love that Anacostia got to experience that, like the love, because she deserves it.
Yeah, totally. Like Demetria talks about it, the way Anacostia is like been really closed off for like a long time, and like this was like a real like probably her first real relationship. I think is what she said, like real. So this was like a big. This was this whole plot point's like a big deal for like Anacostia. So, and she said it was nice to have her like put her walls down and they're like, of course the show can like never let them just be, which yes, Demetria, we agree with you. Never. Never. So yeah. Anyway. All right. Then we get to the bookend of the grossest thing ever. So we end with Silver, which is disgusting. It should be illegal. So he is giving Wade's eulogy, but also his inaugural speech at the exact same time, because he's monopolizing what should be a moment to honor Wade with his own bullshit. And basically, he's telling the nation that he is going to rid the country from the sin of witches. So at this point, he's flat out being open about his bigotry and open using like Christian language, like Camarilla language, like sin and like all that stuff that's associated with this organization. And like he's basically like publicly coming out as like Camarilla basically in this speech, like by the language he's using. And like putting his real agenda like flat out there. Whereas before he was being more sneaky through avenues and laws and like task force, and now he's just flat out being like, nope, this is what I'm doing, this is my agenda, flat out. Genocide. That's the agenda against witches. So saying the quiet part out loud that the extremist bigots rarely say. He's just putting it all out there. And so he's declaring a war on witches, and Wade is watching this, being like, in front of my dead body, how dare you? Like, you beast. You should be honoring me, not being a giant asshole. And before she can like get into it more, the marshal comes in and like hurriedly and like whispers into Wade's ear. And then Wade looks really shook, whatever he said. She's like, well, Em and I gotta go, like now, because I'm not safe here anymore. This is all bad. And her and like Em and the marshal try to like go for the door. And everyone's confused as fuck because like they needed her and her being alive to like clear their name with the Great Council so they weren't gonna get extradited back to the United States. And when everyone starts like protesting at her, she's like, well, you didn't see me, no one saw me here, cool, I gotta go. And then they keep going and she flips on her Wade big witch energy and says, soldiers stand down, and like they all react because they were all trained to be soldiers. So like it's kind of like that like instinctual thing when you like hear the tone, like your mom yelling at you, you just freeze because like you've been trained to do that. That's what Wade just does. She pulls like the president card and they're like, okay. And before, so her Wade and Em leave, and before the marshal goes with them, he imparts some wisdom and says the patient hunter spends most of his time in the blind, and then he fucks off. And as that's happening, the end of Silver's speech cuts in and they kind of turn back and pay attention to that. And he says, I will break the binds of the Salem Accord. So he's like doing everything extreme and like putting it all out there. And he's like, together, we're going to silence their songs of murder and chaos forever. So he just publicly declared witch genocide is what he just did. So we ended this with blatant bigotry and extremism. Isn't that great?
Yes. Wonderful. I'm so happy about it. Listen, I have a couple of things, just like America, exactly, Caitlin.
Yeah, this is literally America. I fucking hate it.
As Scylla once said, in the middle of a freaking protest, this is America.
This is America. Yeah, it sure is. Sure is.
Listen, things to say here are, ew, gross, this is dumb. Get me out of here. Number 2, the difference in facial expressions of of the witches as Wade is like, soldiers, stand down. Oh, it's man. It's like the triggers in like Tally and Abigail, blah, blah, they're like, they have like the, okay, like instantaneous reaction of, my president, my commander-in-chief is talking to me and telling me to stand down, and Scylla's over there like,
yeah, she's like,
the fuck? No. She's like, she had the reaction because she did have the training, but at the same time, she's like, protest in my face.
You're not my boss.
You're not my boss. So yeah, that's one thing. The other thing, of course, Wade, Mike drops out of there.
She sure does.
And
she's Wade.
I have never disliked a character so much in my life as I do Blanton Silver.
I literally can't stand him.
Literally would love if he would just fall off the face of the earth, character-wise.
That'd be great. That'd be great. Him and people like him.
Yes, please. I can't do the recap.
All right, no worries. I got it. All right, what happened this episode? This week on Motherland? Well, the Camarilla are saying the quiet part out loud now that President, I hate saying it, now that Silver is the president, which is gross.
That's why I couldn't do it.
Fair enough. He has officially been sworn in. He's the president. So he's basically going full steam with the Camarilla agenda. He's got the Citizens United, angry, whatever, task force infiltrating Fort Salem. They're keeping close eyes on Petra and all the generals and Izadora. So it's making it very hard for Petra to do her job and to check in on her fugitive daughter, but she's doing her best because she's Petra. So back at the session, basically it's Yule time. So the Marshal was like, hey, it's holiday time, so let's chill for a bit, and then afterwards the Great River Council is going to come see you guys. So this is pre the Great River Council coming to see them. So they do their thing. Petra comes to visit, and surprise, Wade's alive. We faked her death because Izadora is a genius. M's also great. They're going to stay with you in hiding, and Wade's going to help clear everybody's names, which of course doesn't pan out because this is Motherland. But they have a fun-ish Yule time where Scylla and Nicte get into Nicte's trauma and each other's triggers and form a friendship out of that. Scylla gets confirmation that Raylla's alive by doing creative magic because she's Scylla, and gets a mushroom heart and a sill because Willa gave Raylla the witch phone so she can text for a bit. So she gets her hope back. Tally and M have an amazing conversation about M's journey, and Tally also gets like faith in herself restored, which is what she's been lacking for quite some time. And she sees a vision into the future of Raylla setting off a super witch bomb, and it looks like it's going to end the world. So we don't know exactly what that means, but it's freaking out Tally. Abigail and Adil are gross, in my opinion, and have baby talk because Earth and Sky, apparently. And Alder comes back for a hot second to do Talder stuff and then also get Kalita because she's on a Witchymon hunt to get all the stewards of the first song. She collects one in the Cession, who is the OG owner of the song Elaine's stolen. So she gets her song back. So now she has 3, including herself. And so goes about her quest with them. Then we have Anacostia and Sterling, who were captured by the Camarilla. Turns out they're doing gladiator matches for fun because the Camarilla is gross. Sterling gets injured. Anacostia kills Vera, which is fun, but also terrible. But they're still prisoners at the end of this whole thing and subject to Albin. Also, one thing I forgot to note about that scene, Albin bugged all of those gladiator matches, so he's stealing all the songs that they used, because that's how his mind works. So now he has spree work, which they didn't have prior, so that's not great, and I'm sure that will be an issue later. What else happened? At the end, we have Silver. Oh, Silver at Wade's funeral goes completely Camarilla and basically declares a war on witches. He's breaking the Salem Accord and gonna have witch genocide for the safety of America. This is really bad and apparently means Wade needs to get the fuck out of the Cession because I'm sure they tracked her down at this point. So her and M have to leave, leaving the unit without their savior, and the Great River Council's coming soon. The end.
Coming soon to a mansion near you, the Great River Council.
At the Great River Council. They're fair, according to Raylla.
Still only focusing on the pattern of freckles. Sorry, what?
Anyway, that's something to focus on. So, who's your winner for Biggest Witch Energy Award?
Honorary to Wade.
Yep.
As always.
Yep.
But especially in this episode.
All of her scenes. Yes.
Yes. But my winner is the Marshal.
Me too! Literally. To Wade. 100%. Their scenes. Yeah, all of it. I don't even need to go through it. All of it. Their whole thing. And
just
then
everything.
They had their big witch energy together. So, yeah, them. That's the answer. Perfect. Beautiful. The Laura Neal Award definitely goes to Silver because he was just the grossest.
Blanton Silver.
Blanton. Fuck you. I hope you die in a horrible death.
Vlad the Impaler style.
Ugh, like Anacostia slowly filleting you with that work would be nice. And the Twizzlers, though.
No, death by Twizzler. That's what he deserves.
That's what he deserves.
It's kind of like just
America.
If we shoot Twizzlers at him, just like the Twizzler bites. Just shoot those at him, his forehead, until it bores into his brain.
Yeah. That's it. That sounds good.
People have said we're violent, and I think they're right. But only in rhetoric.
To gross men. Does he not deserve it?
Gross men. He fucking deserves it.
We're violent. What happens in real life? Yeah. I'm sorry. Women are constantly battered, murdered, raped for being women, for literally doing nothing. This man is openly talking about genocide against a whole group of people.
Yeah.
He deserves boring via Twizzlers. That's fair. Come on now.
You get it.
Yeah. Yeah. No, he's gross. So.
Oh, yeah. Under my Laura Neal Award, all I wrote was silver, 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 silver.
That's weird. Normally it's Kara, but he was the grossest.
Yep.
All right. Next episode. The war is upon us, apparently. So the civilian army already exists. I got kind of a look at them a little bit. And so it looks like they still don't have guns from what I can tell. They had knives on their sides, something slinged on their shoulder. They all have those vocal boxes. So again, we're going to kill all the witches, but we're not above stealing their work. So this is why they've been stealing so many vocal cords, was for this fucking army.
It's disgusting.
It's absolutely disgusting. And it's just, again, the cognitive dissonance of we need to get rid of them, but we're going to steal the thing that makes them for ourselves. It's wild. Sterling and Anacostia, their prize for that whole gladiator match thing is that they're now experiments for Albin. So they were on an operating room table, but they seem to be fighting back against whatever is going on down there. I guess stealing their vocal cords. Who knows? It's Albin. The Great River. Go ahead. Sorry.
I was just gonna say that I think that they actually say Anacostia says I think they're gonna still take our vocal cords or cut out our throats. Cut out our throats.
Yeah, that's what she says, but like it's Albin. Who knows if that's what they're really doing, but probably.
True. You're so right.
He's getting more extreme.
He wanted their vocal cords to implant in other people.
Probably. But who knows? They seem to be fighting back, so hopefully they get out of there. Then the Great River Council finally meets the fugitives. And they're like, yeah, we're gonna send you back to the States. So we'll see if that actually pans out. Who the fuck knows? But later on, the fugitives seem to have silencing collars on, so like I think they're serious about it. And for some reason, they're in a part of the house where Adil has a knife, and Albin shows up, and then wind strikes them. So I think whatever was getting closer, the fact that they needed wards was like the Camarilla was on the trail. They figured it out and like sends Albin in, and Albin has like figured out how to use his witch work. So that's also
fun. We did see the Cession Council witch fighting with them.
Fuck yeah, we did. So we're gonna get Cession style combat magic. So that's exciting.
Yes,
she wasn't whistling, so I'm excited to see what that is.
She was not whistling. That seems to be a Marshall thing.
It does. It really does. So that'll be fun.
Very excited about next episode. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm hoping there's more highs than lows, but we shall see. So
there was a lot in this episode, guys. There was a lot.
There sure were. There was like the worst line ever, Abigail, and then like the cutest line ever, Nicte, to Scylla. And then M's speech. Like there was a lot of there's like really poignant, cute moments, but like more, can we have a little bit, just a little more? Shit's getting heavy, man.
Yeah, but, like, can I have something to balance out Sterling stabbing himself, please? Like, even more?
I need things to balance out Silver's existence.
God, yeah. So. Man. I need Wade to stomp on his face.
Yeah. If she could punch him in the face at some point, that would be amazing. Because, like, she deserves it, honestly.
That's the other thing. Who I want to take out each of the evils. So, Wade. Scylla needs to take out Albin.
Yes.
Wade needs to take out Silver.
Yes.
But who's going to take out Kara?
Nicte. Oh, Petra.
No, Petra.
They can tag team also. I like. Yes.
Yes.
Well, here's what. Okay, so Petra kills her first. Then Izadora brings her back. Then Nicte kills her. Then the three of them are involved, which would be great.
Amazing. Great. I love it. Let's do it.
Love it. All right. Well, here's hoping we see that in future episodes, guys. Who do you want to take out the Camarilla?
Yeah, we got to the end of this one. That's a freaking accomplishment.
We sure did. And if you got to the end of this episode, thank you. We had lots of feelings about this one.
Yes, we did. Yes, sorry, not sorry.
Sorry, not sorry. There's many feelings in this episode. Our faves were sad, so we were sad, and then other sad things happened. So here we are.
Well, right, at least our faves got to be friends.
Yes, our faves finally had a real conversation with each other, which was great. There's been a lacking of real conversations. So I'm glad we got that one. And the one with Em and Tally was just so good.
Oh, important in there. And Caitlin's telling us to stop talking for the love of everything.
Never. But okay, never. Just for you. All right. This is our official sign off. We're signing off forever for this episode because Caitlin's making us. So bye. Guys. And with that, we've been Big Witch Energy. If you like this episode, check out all of our other episodes right here on YouTube. Please like, comment below, and subscribe for more amazing content. Hydrate for lesbian Jesus.